Misunderstanding? Sauron, an enigma wrapped in shadow, a villain so imposing that even the wisest tremble at his name. But who was he before the darkness claimed him? Was he simply a puppet master, or a tragic figure adorned in malice and ambition? In a world teetering on the brink of annihilation, the Dark Lord's single, all-seeing eye burns like a fevered dream, watching, waiting, plotting. The One Ring, an artifact of unimaginable power, sits on the precipice of fate, a siren luring mortals to their doom. Can you hear it? The whispers of a million souls lost in a torrent of greed and despair? Picture a twisted tale where loyalty is a currency spent too freely, where heroes morph into villains with a mere flick of fate's cruel wrist. Sauron was born from the fires of ambition, but was he ever just a pawn in a game played by greater, unfathomable forces? Each iteration of his being offers a glimpse into a dark mirror of our own desires and failures. The shards of his identity are scattered across the annals of time, each one a haunting reminder that we are all capable of becoming what we most despise. Beneath his towering silhouette lies a labyrinth of treachery, a cauldron simmering with betrayal and blood. Goblins cackle while Ringwraiths stalk the night, fear breeds chaos, and chaos begets power. In the pitch-black shadows of Mordor, ambition becomes a living thing, gnashing its teeth, hungry for dominion. What price would you pay for power? Would the very essence of your soul suffice? But wait, could it be that Sauron was once a being of light, an architect of harmony, seduced by the promises of power? Wouldn't that be the ultimate cosmic joke? What if this harbinger of doom was merely a mirror reflecting our darkest selves? The great irony lies in his downfall, an insatiable hunger for control that devoured him whole. Each betrayal etched into his very essence, leaving a husk of shadow behind. Yet, beneath the layers of fear lies a tantalizing question: if Sauron is the monster, who are the real monsters? The kingdoms rise and fall, but the shadows remain. The struggle for the One Ring is but a smokescreen for an ancient game of chess played with lives, hearts, and destinies. The Eye watches. It always has. Are you brave enough to confront the truths lurking in its gaze? Secrets beg to be told, but beware, the answers may consume you whole. In this relentless pursuit of power and understanding, are you prepared to lose yourself in the process? This isn't just Sauron's story, it's a reckoning of what it means to be human, haunted by our desires, gripped by shadows. Welcome to the chaos of ambition, where the darkness isn't just outside, it's within every one of us. Embrace the madness, or it will claim you first. There's a moment just before dawn when the world holds its breath, suspended in the chill of the night, and the shadows seem to thrum with an unspoken tension. In that stillness, I remember, oh, how I remember, the whispers of a dark wind curling through the valleys of Arda, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of fear and ambition. It was in those fleeting hours, wrapped in the tendrils of night, that the heart of Sauron first began to pulse, a cold beat that would echo through the ages. I stand on the precipice of chaos, the night sky stretching infinitely, a canvas splattered with stars like scattered thoughts, a flicker of hope, a whisper of despair. The ground beneath me, a mosaic of rock and earth, feels alive, trembling, as if it knows the weight of what's to come. I can almost hear the distant clang of Aulë's forge, the rhythmic hammering, each strike echoing like a heartbeat, relentless and true, yet tinged with an ominous foreboding. I remember the day I first met the Dark One. I was young, brimming with reverence, a humble Maia serving all, the smith. My spirit thrummed with the reverberations of creation, my hand stained with the dust of the mountains. Sauron, Myron, as he was known then, stepped into the light, a figure cloaked in charisma and ambition, eyes glinting like molten metal. The warmth of the forge around us felt electric, but in his gaze, I sensed something deeper, a hunger that set my heart racing. "You can create," he said, his voice smooth as polished stone. "But what if you could control? Shape not just the earth, but the very will of those who inhabit it." It struck me like a hammer to anvil, resonating within my soul. His words sank in, wrapping around my heart like creeping vines, a tantalizing promise that whispered of power unfathomable. But there was a tension, a gnawing doubt. I remember how I watched him craft illusions, weaving shadows into forms that danced and flickered, his laughter a siren call that echoed through the halls of our master's domain. He was enchanting, a storm contained, yet I felt a chill creeping up my spine. I wondered if his brilliance was simply a facade, a silken shroud over a core of darkness. Tension crackled between us, two opposing forces. I was bound to creation, the life-giving breath of all, while he began to flirt with the edges of dominion. I felt it then, the anxiety thrumming in my veins, a warning bell. I was the embodiment of the forge, and he was the flame that danced dangerously close to the tinder. I remember the night spent in the forge, where I tried to comprehend the complexities of our existence. Outside, the stars blinked, indifferent to my turmoil, and inside, Sauron's desires twisted like smoke, beautiful yet terrifying. As days turned to years, I felt the pull of his ambition grow into a massive tide, a dark ocean threatening to swallow the world whole. I remember the moment it happened, the moment I chose loyalty to creation, to the light. It was a firestorm of emotion, a clash of ideals. I stood against him, trembling yet resolute. "This is not the way," I implored, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the roar of his dreams. "To control is not to create. You forsake the very essence of what we are." He smiled then, a chilling curve of his lips, as if I were a mere child clutching at shadows. "You speak of essence, but can you not see? In the power lies freedom. Create, yes, but dominate as well." In that moment, I saw a flicker of the future, a darkened world echoing with despair, ruled by fear and twisted desires. My heart quaked at what he could become. Yet, we were not alone. Far away, beneath the blinding light of the two trees, the Veiler gathered, eyes widening at the shadows creeping toward them. The conflict between us ignited, a tempest of emotion spiraling into chaos. I was torn, my heart a battlefield. Would I stand by and watch as the darkness engulfed everything I cherished? I felt the weight of every creation, every stone, every whisper of wind in a world that teetered on the brink of oblivion. His laughter rang out, sharp and hollow, as he began to draw others to his cause, a magnetic force that twisted hearts and minds. It was an intoxicating song, one that reverberated with the promise of power, of glory. I watched friends turn to shadows, their eyes glazed over with ambition, and I felt the ache of betrayal, a poison seeping into my soul. In the heart of that tumult, I confronted him once more. "You are becoming a ghost of your former self," I shouted, my voice trembling yet fierce. "This is not creation, it is destruction." His eyes blazed with an intensity that could melt mountains, and I felt the crushing weight of his gaze upon me. "You are naive. You cling to an ideal that will crumble like dust. Power is the only truth." I remember how his words echoed, a chilling reminder that truth can twist, morphing into something grotesque and unrecognizable. Night fell over us, thick and oppressive. The stars above bore witness to our clash, silent but all-seeing. I felt the air crackle, charged with despair and fury, a prelude to the storm that would change everything. The earth trembled beneath our feet, the very fabric of creation strained, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. And in that moment, oh, that spine-chilling moment, I knew we stood at the brink of something monumental. I could feel my heart racing, the rhythm matching the ticking of an unseen clock, each second a lover's heartbeat that grew more frantic. Sauron's laughter echoed in the distance, a reminder that while I fought for creation, he had begun his descent into darkness. The shadows thickened, wrapping around us like a shroud, and I felt the weight of loss looming at the edges of my consciousness, friends lost to ambition, light suffocated by darkness, the world itself hanging in the balance. In that silence, thick with anguish and uncertainty, I could almost taste the despair, an iron tang on my tongue. I remember the final moments that led him away from the light. It was the last flicker of hope before the shadows swept him away, a transformation I could neither comprehend nor accept. The darkness yawned wide, and I stood trembling, my heart pounding, a cacophony of fear and sorrow. Would I ever reclaim what was lost? Would the light ever pierce through the suffocating night? And with that, the narrative twists, a ghost of a memory lingering, a whisper of what is yet to come. The dawn breaks slowly, but the chill remains, a reminder of the darkness that slumbers just beneath the surface, waiting, watching, forever. The darkness clung to the air like a heavy fog, suffocating yet seductive, wrapping around the hearts of those who dared to tread beneath its shadow. A castle loomed in the distance, its jagged spires clawing at the stormy sky, a monument to despair. The night crackled with tension, a palpable force that whispered of betrayal, of promises made and broken. I remember the chill biting at my skin as we huddled together, eyes wide, chests heaving like the dying embers of a once great flame. The walls of Angband trembled, vibrating with the echoes of Morgoth's wrath. I could hear it, a low growl, rumbling like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath us. This was not just a storm, this was a harbinger of doom. And there was Sauron, the Dark Lieutenant, his form shrouded in shadows, ever watchful, ever calculating. His eyes glinted with a feral intensity, a hunger that sent shivers racing down my spine. I could see the conflict swirling within him, a fearsome loyalty to Morgoth and yet a glimmer of ambition, a flicker of longing for power that thrummed like a heartbeat. I had known him once as a friend, a brother in arms, but now he stood before me as an enigma, a labyrinth of desires and fears. "Do you hear it?" I whispered, clutching my arms tighter around my trembling body. The cries of the fallen. But Sauron did not answer, his gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the dark clouds writhed like serpents, pregnant with fury. He was lost, wandering in his thoughts, 1,000 questions raging through his mind. Did he still remember the taste of light? The gentle kiss of dawn on his skin? I remember the first time we spoke of Morgoth, the first time we felt the intoxicating pull of darkness. "He is the master," Sauron had said, his voice a silken thread that wove a cocoon of seduction around my heart. "He is the one who will restore us to greatness. He will give us the strength we crave." But greatness is a fickle mistress, and I felt the tremors of doubt gnawing at my insides. With every step we took toward Morgoth's dark embrace, the air grew thicker, heavier with promises that felt more like chains. I could see it in Sauron's eyes, that flicker of uncertainty, an ember struggling to survive in an all-consuming blaze. As the storm drew closer, I felt the shadows closing in, a suffocating shroud that whispered secrets of despair. Morgoth was stirring, and with him, the shadows danced, alive with sinister energy. I could almost hear their laughter, the mocking, taunting echoes of lost souls trapped in his web. "Can you feel it?" Sauron's voice broke through my reverie, jagged and raw. "The power, it calls to us. It is intoxicating." His words dripped with temptation, each syllable laced with a kind of madness that made my heart race. But beneath the surface, I felt a flicker of dread. What was the price of this power? What would we become in the pursuit of it? I dared not ask, for I feared the answer. The night closed around us like a hungry maw, eager to swallow our hopes whole. The wind howled, a mournful wail that echoed through the desolate landscape, like souls crying out for redemption. I could see the shadows shift, stretching and twisting, forming shapes that danced at the edge of my vision. Were they lost spirits, or the very essence of Morgoth himself? The air crackled as Morgoth's presence loomed heavy, a palpable force that clawed at my sanity. I could feel my heartbeat quickening, each throb echoing in time with Sauron's frantic breaths. He was a tempest trapped in a fragile shell, battling against the tide that threatened to engulf him. "I remember," Sauron murmured, his voice cracking like glass. "I remember the light. I remember when we fought for something greater. But that light was fading, slipping through our fingers like grains of sand, and the darkness, oh, it was seductive. Power was a drug, an insatiable hunger that gnawed at the core of my being. I could see it in Sauron's eyes, that glint of ambition burning brighter with each passing moment. He was being drawn into the abyss, and I felt the weight of my own choices crash down upon me like a tidal wave. With every pulse of the storm, every rumble of thunder, the shadows danced more fervently, beckoning us closer to the precipice. The castle's walls shivered, echoing the heartbeat of a dark force awakening from its slumber. Morgoth was rising, and we were mere puppets in his game, strings pulled taut by a master who thrived on our fears and desires. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue, the residue of lost dreams. "We're not meant for this," I whispered, my voice trembling with desperation. "We were meant to rise, not fall." But even as I spoke, my heart quaked with the knowledge of our inevitable descent, and Sauron's gaze turned icy as a stormy sea. The confrontation loomed like a spectre, a gathering storm of emotions, each moment stretching into eternity. In the depths of that darkness, I saw myself reflected, a man lost in the tides of fate, battling against the very shadows I had once embraced. "Do you believe in redemption?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Sauron's laugh was hollow, a sound that echoed through the night like a death knell. "Redemption? In this world, there is only power." And with those words, the storm broke. A cacophony of howling winds and thunderous roars enveloped us, tearing apart our fragile resolve. The castle shuddered, as if in response to the rising tide of chaos, and I could feel the pull of Morgoth's dark embrace drawing us in, a vortex of shadows and despair. As the darkness swirled, I felt a crack, a fracture in my soul, a desperate plea for light amidst the consuming void. I remembered the laughter, the warmth of camaraderie, but those memories were fading, slipping through my grasp like smoke. In that moment, amidst the chaos, I understood the truth: we were lost. And perhaps, we were always meant to be. The echoes of our choices reverberated through the night, a haunting melody that promised no salvation, only the endless cycle of ambition and despair. But still, the darkness beckoned. "Come," it seemed to whisper, sweet and seductive. "Come to the shadows. Embrace the power that awaits." And as we stood on the precipice, the storm raging around us, I felt the weight of my heart and the pull of my soul, torn between two worlds, forever lost in the shadows of Morgoth's rise. The night was alive, a breathless silence as if the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of despair. The air crackled with an unseen tension, thick and heavy, wrapping around the spires of Gondolin like a suffocating shroud. I stood there, heart pounding against my ribs, listening to the whispers of the trees, the rustling leaves echoing secrets only the shadows understood. I remember the moon, an icy sentinel, watching, unblinking, as it bore witness to the trembling figures below. Turgon, the king, was a man woven from the very fabric of hope, yet now, with his brow furrowed in anguish, he looked every bit the puppet whose strings had been severed. I could feel his desperation, an energy that pulled at my very being. "What if it's true?" he murmured, his voice a raw whisper, laced with fear. "What if Morgoth's hand has reached us?" "We fight," I insisted, though my heart quaked with uncertainty. "We fight! We are the children of the stars." The desperation of my own words felt hollow, a desperate plea that echoed against the walls of my mind. I wanted to believe it, wanted to drown in the fire of my own conviction, but the weight of the night pressed down, suffocating. Little did we know that Sauron, that shadowy harbinger of doom, was already threading his way through our hearts, sowing the seeds of betrayal, even as he hid in the dark corners of our dreams. And then there was Idril, my fierce light in this encroaching darkness. The woman I loved, standing resolute yet fragile. Her eyes, bright with defiance, glimmered like stars captured in a tear. "What if we're ensnared?" she asked, her voice trembling ever so slightly, a flicker of vulnerability I had never seen before. "What if the walls are crumbling?" I wanted to comfort her, to weave a tapestry of hope from the threads of her fears, but my own doubts gnawed hungrily at my resolve. I remember the night when we first whispered our dreams to the moon, the laughter that danced on our lips like fireflies. The joy of simple things, shared bread, warm embraces, the sound of laughter echoing through the halls of stone. It was a time before shadows took root, before Sauron's grasp began to curl around our city, wrapping us in ghostly chains. And yet, that laughter felt so far away now, as if it belonged to another life, another world. The bells of Gondolin tolled, a phantom sound that echoed through the stillness, like a clock counting down to midnight, the end of all we held dear. I could feel Sauron's presence lurking, a predator stalking its prey, invisible yet palpable. The air shimmered with his malevolence, and I could almost taste the iron of impending doom on my tongue. "What will we do?" Idril's voice sliced through the thick air, and I turned to see her standing, defiant, yet haunted, as if she were tethered to both hope and despair. "We cannot let them take our home, our lives." But who were we, mere mortals, against the tides of darkness? I could feel it rising like a flood, unrelenting, as if the cosmos itself had turned its back on us. Each heartbeat, each breath became a reminder of our fragility, a countdown to the moment when shadows would spill their secrets and our world would unravel. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the abyss, illuminating the path that led to the heart of Gondolin. I remember standing there, staring into the darkness, feeling the weight of choices made and unmade. The city shimmered with beauty, yet the cracks began to show, like a once perfect painting now marred by the strokes of a cruel artist. Sauron's laughter echoed through the darkness, a haunting melody that sent shivers down my spine. "Is this what we've become?" I whispered, my heart heavy with guilt. "Is this the legacy we leave?" Turgon's gaze pierced through me, his eyes ablaze with purpose, though I could see the flicker of doubt that haunted him. "Fight," he commanded, a king yet so human in his fear. "We must rally our people. We cannot falter now." And so, we fought the gnawing uncertainty, the creeping dread that draped itself over our shoulders like a cloak. The shadows whispered, taunting us with visions of our doom, feeding on our despair. Each step felt like wading through a sea of despair, our souls weighed down by the burden of knowledge. Sauron was not just an enemy, he was a mirror reflecting our fears, our flaws, the very essence of what it meant to be alive. Idril's hand clasped mine, grounding me in that swirling chaos. Together, she whispered, and in that moment, I wanted nothing more than to believe her. But the air crackled with the tension of a storm, and I could feel it building, the electricity of fear and courage intertwining. As the shadows closed in, I saw visions, ghostly apparitions of those we'd lost, a tapestry of our history unfurling before us. They danced like wraiths, lamenting our impending fall, clawing at my heart with icy fingers. I could hear their cries, a cacophony of sorrow that threatened to drown us all. But the fight had to go on. We were not just defenders, we were the embodiment of hope, however flawed. Sauron may have cast his net wide, but within the heart of Gondolin burned a flame, fierce and unyielding. I could not let that flame flicker out, not while I drew breath. The night hung heavy, the echoes of our resolve mingling with the whispers of doom. I turned to Idril, her eyes shimmering with unspoken promises, the weight of our love anchoring us amidst the chaos. "Whatever comes, we stand together," I vowed, though my heart trembled with the truth of the words. And as the shadows encroached, I could feel it, the heartbeat of Gondolin thrumming in time with my own. We would fight, we would love, and even as the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, we would do it together. The night would bear witness to our defiance, and though we stood on the brink, the flicker of hope remained, a candle in the suffocating dark. I remember, even now, the chill of that night, the air thick with terror, yet somehow alive with possibility, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, the flame of hope could still burn bright. And that's where the story began, in the heart of a city on the edge of ruin, where dreams collided with nightmares, and love clashed with darkness. And so we stood, on the cusp of destiny, hearts pounding, breaths mingling with the night air, a moment frozen in time, ripe with the promise of what was to come. A shadow flitted across the golden fields of Valinor, a whisper of darkness that sent a chill racing down my spine. I stood there, heart pounding, eyes wide, as a sudden gust swept through the trees, shuddering the leaves, warning of a storm that was not merely meteorological but a harbinger of chaos. The Silmarils, oh, those radiant gems, gleamed under the sun, a cruel beacon of beauty and despair, but they were the very cause of the storm that loomed. Even the air felt charged, thick with unspoken words, fears, and impending heartache. I remember the night Melkor came, the way the stars seemed to dim, as if they sensed the malice he brought with him. Fingolfin, my brother, stood tall, but even he seemed a silhouette against the encroaching void, a titan surrounded by an ocean of fear. His resolve was a flickering candle, fighting against a night that sought to swallow everything whole. I could see it in his narrowed eyes, the haunted glimmer of 1,000 regrets, a heart torn between duty and dread. "Do you feel it?" he whispered, and the very air trembled. "The darkness is not just coming, it is here." I nodded, the weight of my own fears pressing down, the anticipation coiling tighter within me. The Silmarils sparkled in their resting place, yet they felt like chains tethering us to an impending doom. Each of us, the children of Fina, consumed by ambition, pride, and a desire for power, were like moths drawn to a fire, unaware of the scorching consequences that awaited. Then, there was Luthien. Oh, how she danced like a wisp of smoke, light yet laden with sorrow. Her laughter could pierce the thickest gloom, but in her eyes, a tempest swirled. I remember her face, so achingly beautiful and impossibly fragile, tears threatening to spill at the thought of losing her home, her family. She was the heart of our realm, yet even the strongest hearts can shatter. "What if we are not enough?" she murmured, her voice barely above a breath, trembling like a leaf caught in the winds of fate. I longed to comfort her, but how could I, when I too was lost? "We must stand united," I said, yet the words felt hollow, a desperate plea against the rising tide. I could sense the shadows creeping in, serpentine tendrils of despair curling around us, squeezing tighter. Suddenly, the silence shattered, a clash of steel echoing through the air like thunder. Fingolfin drew his sword, its edge glinting in defiance. "Come then, Melka," he shouted, a battle cry laced with fury and fear. We were standing on the precipice, teetering between hope and annihilation. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, the rhythm of war rising in our chests. I could hear the whispers of those lost to flame and shadow, the cries of the fallen haunting us like ghosts from an unwelcome past. Memories of laughter twisted into screams, the joy of creation looping into despair. The Silmarils glimmered with an unearthly light, yet their beauty felt like a curse, a reminder of what we had wrought and what we stood to lose. Then Melka arrived, cloaked in shadows that felt alive, slithering through the air like a predator. His eyes burned with malice, and the very ground trembled beneath his presence. "You think you can defy me?" he sneered, a chilling laughter that echoed through the heavens, bouncing off the trees, the mountains, the very fabric of our existence. "We will not yield!" Fingolfin roared, but I could see his resolve cracking, the weight of our lineage bearing down on him, the fear of failure wrapping itself around his heart. The tension was so thick it felt like drowning, and I fought against the tide, desperation clawing at me. Luthien stepped forward, her presence a balm and a battle cry, the embodiment of light in a world on the verge of collapse. "There is still hope," she declared, her voice ringing clear, strong as a bell, cutting through the discord. "We are not defined by our fears, but by the love we carry in our hearts." But hope felt like a fragile thread, fraying as Melka's dark laughter twisted in the air, mocking our resolve. "Love," he spat. "What a foolish notion. Love will bring you to ruin." I felt the air grow heavy, the whispers of past betrayals colliding with present horrors. The Silmarils gleamed, and I could almost hear them whispering, calling to us, promising power but veiled in sorrow. Fingolfin's grip tightened around his sword. "We will fight," he said, each word a declaration of defiance. And then it all rushed forward, a cacophony of steel clashing, the cries of love and loss mingling with the sounds of war. I remember the chaos, the rush of adrenaline mixing with the fear that felt like ice in my veins. We were warriors, yes, but beneath the armor, we were just souls desperate to protect what we loved, to hold onto the light. As I swung my sword, I glanced at Luthien, her eyes wide, filled with determination and dread. "No matter what happens," I screamed against the roar of battle, "do not lose sight of the light." And so we fought, like moths ablaze in the grip of a relentless fire, drawn to the Silmarils, the very essence of our souls intertwined with hope and despair. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, we were alive, breathing, fighting for a flicker of light in a world threatening to be consumed by shadows. I remember it all, the chaos, the unity, the heartbreak of knowing that we might not come out whole. The Silmarils burned bright, but their brilliance cast long shadows, foreshadowing the struggle yet to come. Would we rise, or would we fall? The air thickened around us, heavy with the weight of destiny, and in that moment, every soul in Valinor held its breath, suspended in the storm. And as I felt the darkness encroaching, I clung fiercely to that light, knowing it would lead us forward, even if the path was fraught with pain and uncertainty. The battle raged on, and amidst the chaos, I could still hear Luthien's voice, a beacon of hope in a darkening world, promising that love, in all its frailty, could illuminate even the deepest shadows. Thunder rolled across the darkened sky, a harbinger of despair. I stood in the shadow of Barad-dûr, where the air crackled with unspoken dread. Lightning sliced through the clouds, illuminating the twisted faces of the stone gargoyles that adorned the tower, their mouths frozen in silent screams. Even the wind seemed to hush, as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. And I remembered. I remembered the first time I had tasted power, the sweet, intoxicating rush that coursed through my veins like wildfire. I was Sauron then, servant of Melka, the Dark Lord. It felt like love, like a lover's whisper tickling the back of my neck. But love can twist, can turn into a predator lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike. Melka, I whispered, the name barely escaping my lips, echoing like a ghost through the desolate ruins. How the very syllable sent a shiver down my spine, a reminder that once I was not the monster, but the man who believed in a grand vision, a world reshaped under the iron fist of a master who promised glory. What have we become? I remember the day we sealed our pact, the air thick with ambition as we stood atop the obsidian cliffs of Angband. The stars above flickered like dying embers, mirroring the fire in Melka's eyes. I had looked into those depths, feeling a compulsion to submit, to rise alongside him, to become something more than myself. I was entranced by his promises, seduced by his dreams. Together, we shall weave a new tapestry of existence, he had said, words laced with honey and poison. I will show you the power of dominion. You will be my right hand, my architect of ruin. Days turned into years, and I was a faithful disciple, a loyal shadow. But shadows grow long, and how easily they can be lost in the encroaching darkness. Betrayal was a dagger tucked beneath the skin, unseen until it was too late. I felt the tremor of the earth beneath my feet, the whispers of the damned clawing at the edges of my sanity. The fires of rebellion smoldered, igniting an inferno of doubt within me. I turned away from the light, but it was more than an act of defiance, it was an awakening. But Melka had not welcomed this awakening. I witnessed the monstrous change in him, the way his laughter turned into a hideous cacophony as he reveled in chaos. The screams of the innocent were music to his ears, and I found myself horrified, caught in an unspeakable dance of loyalty and repulsion. Look how they tremble, he would croon, feasting on their fear. They are but dust beneath my heel. But dust could rise again, ash could birth new flames. I was becoming something else, something I had once feared. Do you not see? I whispered one night, the moon a sliver in the sky, this will consume us both. His eyes, once a mirror of ambition, now glimmered with madness. You are weak, Sauron. You will either bend to my will or be crushed under the weight of it. I remember the chill that crept into my bones, a premonition of the storm to come. It was betrayal, yes, but it was also a choice that tore at the fabric of my existence. Time warped around us, reality spiraling into a haze where every decision echoed, reverberated, gnawed at my soul. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, the taste of iron on my tongue. It was a fight not just for power but for survival, a battle raging within. I was losing myself to the shadows, and yet, I craved the darkness. End it now, Melka hissed, his voice a serpentine whisper. Join me fully, or face your own end. I could see it then, the abyss yawning wide, filled with promises of eternity and damnation. The choice was mine to make, yet it felt like a noose tightening around my throat, choking off air. I longed for the warmth of the sun, for those fleeting moments of laughter shared with friends now long lost in the tide of war. But the darkness was seductive like the embrace of a lover who promised to never let go. I could become something greater than myself, a force to be reckoned with. Melka, I croaked, the name tasting bitter on my tongue. What if I refuse? The change in him was instantaneous, a storm of rage brewing behind his eyes. Refusal is a luxury you cannot afford. And in that moment, I felt the last threads of my humanity fraying, unraveling like a worn tapestry. The world shifted again, and I saw the faces of those I had once sworn to protect. They looked at me with fear, with betrayal mirrored in their eyes. I was no longer Sauron, the loyal servant. I was becoming the harbinger of doom, a creature born of shadows, a puppet dancing on strings of despair. Join me or be lost, Melka's voice thundered, an ultimatum crackling like lightning. It felt like a countdown, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. And I stood there, suspended between two worlds, the weight of destiny heavy on my shoulders. I could taste the bitterness of regret, it clung to my tongue like ash. Yet, in that despair, something darker flickered to life, a hunger for power that drowned out the echoes of the past. In the echoing silence, I focused on the pain, embracing it like an old friend. I remembered the warmth of dreams that had guided me, and I felt them slip away like sand through my fingers. The betrayal of Melkor, the slow transformation of my soul, turned my world upside down, leaving me a mere shadow in a land of nightmares. The storm outside raged on, and I was caught within its tempest, a soul adrift on the precipice of madness. I was no longer certain who I was, or who I would become. The shadows whispered sweet promises, and I could feel myself leaning into them, surrendering to the chaos that beckoned. "Join me, Sauron," Melkor's voice echoed, a siren song that pulled me deeper into the abyss. "Together we will forge a new world." And in that moment, I realized I was already lost. The air crackled like a charged storm, heavy with the scent of blood and ash. I stood amidst the ruins of what used to be a sacred ground, now transformed into a hellscape where courage and despair danced in an unholy waltz. Each heartbeat echoed with a drum of impending doom, an ominous reminder that not all battles are fought on the field, some rage within, clawing at the very fabric of the soul. The War of Wrath had begun, and with it, the spectre of Sauron loomed in every shadow, a dark promise of chaos waiting to unfold. I remember the first scream, the piercing sound slicing through the chaos like a blade. It was a cry of terror, raw and unfiltered, that belonged to Beretha, his face twisted in agony. I saw him then, a brave soldier caught in the grasp of madness, terror spilling from his eyes. It wasn't the enemy that terrorized him, it was the weight of his own choices. "I can't do this," he whispered, trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest, the shadow of the Dark Lord chasing him, haunting him. "I can't." But there was no retreat. Fleeing meant surrendering to the darkness, a fate far worse than the imminent clash of steel. I felt the pulse of fear mingling with defiance in my veins as I caught his gaze, a mirror of my own dread reflected back. What haunted him haunted me. The echoes of past battles loomed like ghosts, friends lost, choices made in the heat of the moment, dreams extinguished like flickering candles. What were we fighting for? I could hardly remember. Across the field, Elendil stood, a beacon of fierce resolve, her sword gleaming like a star against the encroaching night. But beneath her strength lay a churning storm, a tumult of conflict that gnawed at her heart. She fought not just for the world, but for redemption, for the family she had lost, for the innocent stolen by Sauron's insidious grasp. Each swing of her sword was a desperate cry against the darkness that clawed at her sanity. For them, she screamed, though the words felt hollow, echoing against the backdrop of despair. For everyone we've lost. But even she knew the bitter truth, vengeance could only carry you so far. I watched her grappling with the weight of her past, the faces of the fallen swirling in her mind like phantoms, their agony a reminder of what was at stake. The urgency of the moment pressed down on us, suffocating. Each swing of her sword was not just a blow against Sauron's minions, it was an attempt to purge her own demons, to carve out a space where hope might flicker anew. "Elendil!" I shouted, as if saying her name might anchor us in reality. But the battlefield thrummed with chaos, a cacophony of clashing steel and anguished cries. I could feel the darkness swirling around us, an oppressive force that threatened to devour everything, our hopes, our dreams, our very existence. "Stay close," she cried, her voice almost lost in the tempest. But how could I? The shadows danced like wraiths, whispering promises of despair that seeped into my bones. I felt them tugging at my very essence, a sinister melody that threatened to pull me under. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage like a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Time stretched, thick and suffocating, a heavy shroud that wrapped around us. I could see the horizon darkening, the sky itself becoming a canvas of dread, painted with hues of fiery orange and the deep abyss of black. It felt like the world was holding its breath, teetering on the precipice of annihilation. Then came the moment, the clash of titans, the roaring crescendo that would define our fates. Sauron's form rose above us, an immense shadow of malice, his laughter echoing across the battlefield like thunder. It reverberated in my bones, an omnipresent reminder of our insignificance in the face of such overwhelming darkness. "You think you can stop me?" he bellowed, eyes gleaming with a wicked light. "You are as dust beneath my feet." But in that moment, something ignited within me, a flicker of defiance, a roaring flame fueled by the memories of our fallen comrades. For Beretha, for Elendil, for every soul that had been crushed under Sauron's heel, I raised my sword. It was an act of desperation, a plea against the cosmos to tip the scales of fate. "We are not alone," I shouted, my voice breaking the chains of despair. "We fight together." Elendil's battle cry pierced the air as she charged at the Dark Lord, a radiant star amidst the shadows. But I could see the fear in her eyes, the flickering doubt that clung to her heart like a noose. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the brink, but I could feel the churning tide of despair swallowing us whole. The darkness loomed, and for a moment, it felt like all hope was lost. But then, oh, that glorious moment, a light burst forth, piercing the suffocating veil of blackness. It was the combined will of every heart that had ever dared to dream, their voices rising in unison, a chorus of defiance echoing across the battlefield. "No more," they cried, their spirits lifting like a tide, pushing back against the darkness. And then, there he was, Sauron faltering, his laughter dying in his throat as the light surged. I could see the fear etched on his face, the desperation clawing at him, the realization that he was not invincible, that we were not mere pawns in his game. In that heartbeat, the world shifted. The tides of despair turned. The war of wrath was a maelstrom of chaos, but amidst the swirling chaos, hope flickered like a candle in the night. The battle raged on, a swirling tempest of fury and fear, love and loss, but one thing remained clear: we were not alone. We were the storm. And together, we would rise. And yet, even as victory hung tantalizingly in the air, a whisper of dread lingered. I could see Sauron retreating, a dark shadow slipping through the fingers of fate. His laughter, now frantic, echoed in my mind, "This is not the end." A chill ran through me. Even in defeat, he would not extinguish his darkness. He would return. And as he fled, leaving chaos in his wake, I felt the weight of unresolved battles pressing down on us. The war was far from over. In that silent moment, as the dust of battle settled, I realized something profound. This was not about the end. It was about the fight that would echo through the ages, a testament to resilience, a reminder that as long as we breathe, as long as we stand together, the light would never be extinguished. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold, I knew, deep within the marrow of my bones, that the true war was just beginning. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as I crouched behind the weathered stones of Amon Sul. Darkness pressed against me, a living thing, each breath weighed down by the dread of what lurked just beyond the dim glow of my flickering torch. I could hear the whispers of the wind, carrying tales of ancient battles and buried sorrows. Each gust spoke of a world on the brink, a place where shadows stretched long and memories clawed at the edges of sanity. I held my breath, the taste of iron lingering on my tongue, the past spilling into the present, a haunting symphony of terror and hope. There was Arwen, her heart beating like a war drum. She was the daughter of Elrond, wrapped in the elegance of her lineage, yet burdened by the weight of love that twisted her soul. Every night, she dreamt of him, the ranger in the dark, a flickering silhouette against the backdrop of her unyielding fate. Could she dare to reach out, to choose the mortal path that beckoned with a sweet promise and a bitter price? Her hands trembled as she brushed away the errant strands of hair tangled in her grief. Each touch of her fingers felt like a silent apology to the stars. Could they forgive her for wanting what was fleeting? And there was Isildur, his heart stitched together with the threads of despair and defiance. The sword of his forefathers hung heavy at his side, a reminder of the legacy he bore and the blood he had sworn to protect. Yet, every time he gripped the hilt, he felt the ghost of his brother's betrayal, a wound that never healed. He remembered their laughter, the way they had promised each other glory and honor, their names forever etched in the annals of history. But promises crumble like dust in the face of ambition, and Isildur was left standing at the precipice of a choice that could unravel everything he held dear. Cold laughter echoed around me as shadows danced, chaotic figures emerging from the gloom, the very essence of fear incarnate. I could see their eyes burning like embers, a storm of malice brewing in the darkness. They had returned, the servants of Sauron, the very harbingers of despair that had lain dormant, waiting for the right moment to strike. They whispered my name, their voices like grinding stones, each syllable a dagger to my heart. I could feel the pulse of Middle-earth beneath my feet, a rhythmic thrum that matched the beat of my own anxious heart, warning me of the impending doom. What would happen when the dawn broke? Would it shatter like glass? Would there be laughter or screams echoing through the valleys? I remembered my mother's warnings, her ancient tales filled with shadows and light. Remember, she had said, the night has its own ghosts. And oh, how they haunted me now, memories woven into the fabric of my very existence. Arwen stepped forward, her resolve cascading over her like a wave. We must stand together, she spoke, her voice a fragile thing that trembled in the air, a candle flickering against the tempest. We cannot let fear consume us. Yet even as she uttered those words, doubt clung to her like a shadow, gnawing at her soul. The weight of love, of choice, pressed upon her. How could she fight for a world that might not welcome her heart? Isildur clenched his jaw, his eyes alight with a fierce determination that masked the turmoil inside. Then let us act. His voice was steel, but deep within, a storm raged. He remembered the laughter of his brother, now replaced by the chilling silence of loss. Each step toward battle was a step deeper into the abyss, and yet, he couldn't turn away. His heart battled against the echoes of betrayal, each pulse a reminder that honor had a price. The ground shook beneath us, an ancient threat stirring from its slumber. The shadows writhed, and I felt it, an overwhelming sense of despair that coiled around my throat, choking out reason. The darkness, it whispered secrets, sweet lies that promised power, that offered salvation at a cost. I remembered the laughter of my friends, the warmth of joy, but now it was all slipping away, fading into the chill of an approaching storm. And in that moment, time lost its grip. The cosmos spun wildly, each star flickered like a dying ember, the final breath of a fading dream. I thought of love, of loss, of the choices that turned lives into stories. Each heartbeat was a prayer, a desperate call to the heavens above. Stay with me. Arwen's voice sliced through the chaos, raw and pleading, reaching across the chasm of uncertainty. It was the call of the heart unyielding against the tide, an echo that rang true in the marrow of my bones. But what could we do? We were but fleeting shadows in a world of ancient evils, our souls teetering on the brink. The night thickened, a palpable weight bearing down, and as I tightened my grip on the torch, I felt the flicker of hope and fear. Hope, that fragile thing as delicate as a spider's web, shimmering under a veil of darkness. Fear, a beast that lurked in every corner, waiting to pounce, waiting for us to falter. As I prepared to rise, to confront whatever lay hidden in the depths, one thought reverberated through the chaos: we must choose. The choice lay before us, raw and unforgiving, a precipice of despair and courage. And in that heartbeat, the world held its breath. The shadows gathered, the darkness swirled, and the echoes of the past mingled with the cries of the present. There was no turning back now, we were on the cusp of something great, something terrifying. The dawn would break, and when it did, everything would change. Or perhaps nothing would at all. Each moment suspended, each heartbeat a haunting refrain, the night alive with the promise of what was to come. The Second Age was beginning, and the air thrummed with the electric pulse of fate. In that grim stillness, the stars watched, the echoes listened, and our story unfurled, a tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow. The battle for Middle-earth was about to commence, and in the depths of my heart, I knew this was only the beginning. The sky was a bruised purple, the kind that clung to you like regret, heavy and oppressive. Ash hung in the air, thick as smoke from a dying fire, whispering of lost hopes. There in the desolate expanse, where shadows danced in a grotesque ballet, stood three figures, their silhouettes sharp against the dying light, their destinies entwined in a thread spun from despair and ambition. I remember it vividly. I remember the chill that ran down my spine as I witnessed the birth of something terrible. The land around us quaked, and the earth seemed to groan, mourning the very act of creation. It was a place where dreams went to die a murder. The blackened mountains loomed like sentinels of despair, jagged teeth gnashing against the horizon. There was no turning back now. Gorath, my once dearest friend, stood tense, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, knuckles white against the steel. His eyes burned with a fierce loyalty, yet I could see the flicker of doubt, a ghost trapped within. "We can still end this," he growled, though his voice wavered, betraying the storm raging inside him. The battle for his soul was palpable, echoing through the desolation like thunder. I wanted to reach out, to tell him we could find another way, but fear clutched at my throat, a vice tightening with each heartbeat. And then there was Elira, her presence like a fierce wind, wild and untamed. She was the embodiment of defiance, yet within her stormy gaze lay an abyss of sorrow. The weight of her choices pressed heavily on her shoulders, the kind of weight that bends trees but does not break them. "This land will recognize strength," she said, voice firm yet tinged with a tremor that belied a flickering flame of hope she desperately tried to kindle. "We will shape it into something powerful." But there was a crack in her confidence, a fissure that threatened to swallow her whole, and I felt the urge to scream at her, to tell her it was not the strength of the land that mattered, but the purity of our hearts. The ground beneath us was scabbed and raw, as if the earth itself had been tortured, clawed at by unseen hands. We forged ahead, the sound of our boots echoing ominously in the silence, each footfall a heartbeat of dread. The shadows stretched and writhed, wrapping around us like serpents, whispering secrets of the past. "Do you hear them?" I asked, my voice trembling. "The ghosts of those who've come before." It was a macabre dance of history, haunting and relentless. They wait for us to make the same mistakes. Gorath shook his head, his resolve hardening. "They are nothing but echoes, shadows. We are the future." I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of oblivion, but the words stuck in my throat like ash. How could I argue with a man so desperate to believe in a brighter dawn, even as the sun set behind the jagged peaks? Elira stepped forward, her fury igniting like a spark in a powder keg. "Strength is not just born from fire but forged in suffering. We will not be mere shadows." Her voice was stark, yet that same tremor betrayed her insides, a waltz between bravery and terror. "We will rise, together." But rise to what? I thought. I remembered the stories whispered in dark corners, tales of power corrupted, of ambition that devoured its host whole. And yet, the promise of something immense, something so raw and wild that it sent shivers through my bones, beckoned. I felt like a moth drawn to a flame, knowing it could burn me alive, yet unable to resist the temptation. As we reached the hollow of a once great fortress, now a crumbling reminder of lost glory, I could feel the air sizzle with potential. The walls, black as night, seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of their own, urging us to become something more than we were. The shadows whispered of conquest, of a throne built from bones and ashes. I closed my eyes, the vision swirling like smoke in my mind, dreams of power, yes, but also nightmares, dark and twisted. "Elira, do you not see?" I implored, stepping closer, my heart racing. "This is a path paved with anguish. Do you not hear the cries of the innocent?" My voice trembled, caught between despair and the need to wake her from this trance. But she stood resolute, a warrior in a world that seemed to thrive on suffering. Gorath's gaze flickered between us, a storm brewing in his heart. "We can change it," he breathed, clenching his jaw. "We can make it better." But in his eyes, I saw the truth, a flicker of doubt that threatened to consume him whole. The shadows were closing in, and soon, perhaps too soon, they would swallow us alive. The tension crackled between us, a taut wire set to snap. And in that moment, as the universe held its breath, I felt the weight of my own choices. Was I a coward for questioning the path before us, or a fool for daring to dream of something different? The question gnawed at me, merciless, like the sharp edge of a blade pressed against my throat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, engulfing us in darkness, I realized the truth was laid bare before us. We were not heroes, we were children playing in a sandbox of decay, seeking to build a kingdom from the ashes of the old. Yet, with each stone we placed, we felt the weight of our decisions, heavy and unyielding. And so, we pressed on, deeper into the maw of despair, where the shadows grew thick and the whispers carried promises we dared not acknowledge. I could feel the pull of Mordor, dark and seductive, wrapping its tendrils around my heart, urging me to succumb. The night was alive with the cries of the lost, a reminder that every choice bore a cost, and every ambition sowed the seeds of a future unknown. In the silence that followed our footsteps, I could only wonder what awaited us in the heart of darkness. And would we emerge as conquerors, or would we, too, become the ghosts that haunted these forsaken lands? The question hung heavily in the air, a spectre looming over us, ominous and eternal. And in that moment, we took one final breath, teetering on the edge of the abyss, uncertain of the fate that awaited us. The air crackles with a tension so thick that it suffocates. In the heart of Mount Doom, the ground trembles, and the heat veils the world in a red haze. I watch, entranced, as Sauron's essence swells, like a dark star collapsing under its own gravity. The darkness is intoxicating. It beckons. It promises power beyond reckoning, a whisper to the lost and broken souls of the world. The iron clinks, the fire roars, and the hammer falls, once, twice, thrice, each strike echoing through the cavern like the heartbeat of a dying beast. I remember the moment I first laid eyes on the molten metal. It glowed, molten gold swirling with threads of crimson, a blooded sun forged in the depths of despair. The air tasted of metal and ash, and my heart raced as if at the precipice of a forbidden truth. Each drop of sweat that trickled down my back was a reminder of the weight of what we were about to create. I was there, a witness to an act that would twist the fates of many, including my own. Galadriel stood beside me, her eyes pools of silver, glimmering with both wisdom and fear. She tilted her head, as if listening to the very mountains we worked within, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of anguish pass across her ethereal face, the burden of knowing what this ring would become. "Do you feel it?" she whispered, and I knew we shared more than just the forge, we shared the dread of the future, woven into our skin like the very chains that bound us to destiny. The hammer came down again, and with it, the spark of creation ignited a fury in my soul. "We shape it," I said, my voice a tremor against the rumble of the earth, "but it will shape us. Just as fire devours wood, so too will this power consume us." I was both a creator and a fool, a man caught in the delicate web of ambition and ambition's monstrous offspring, corruption. But I was not alone. In the shadows, Isildur watched, his jaw tight, eyes narrowed. He was torn, a ship adrift on stormy seas. The agony of choice etched across his face, and I could almost hear his thoughts, wrestling with the weight of inheritance. "Will you take it?" he murmured, voice barely rising above the hiss of molten metal. I saw in him the flicker of greed battling with loyalty, a dangerous dance. "It is ours, a gift from the darkness." But was it a gift? Or a curse? I felt the shadows lurking, waiting, hungry and eager to feast on our souls. I could almost see them clawing at the edges of existence, waiting for a moment of weakness, waiting for us to falter. The darkness promised strength but demanded sacrifices, and I could feel my heart racing in response to its sinister allure. I reached out to Galadriel, our fingers barely brushing. "Can you feel it?" Her breath caught, and for a moment, time itself stood still, the very fabric of reality trembling at the precipice of what was to come. "It's calling," she said, her voice like the whisper of leaves in a forgotten forest. "It knows our desires, our fears. It will twist them into chains." And then, in the beating heart of that cavern, the ring was born, a perfect circle of gold and shadow, glimmering with secrets unspoken. I felt the weight of it in my hands, and my heart pounded with a wild, primal rhythm. This was our creation, but in that moment, it felt more like a pact with the abyss. I could feel the tug of it in my veins, an electric thrill that danced through my bloodstream, awakening something dark and ancient within me. Isildur stepped closer, drawn to the ring like a moth to a flame, his eyes wide with longing. "It can end the war," he breathed, and I could see the dream reflected in his gaze, the dream of a world freed from suffering. "We can wield it." But the sinister truth clawed at my throat, choking the words I wanted to say. Can power ever truly be wielded without consequence? "Power corrupts," I said, but the words felt hollow, swallowed whole by the cavern's gaping maw. The hammer fell again, louder this time, punctuating the air with a finality that was terrifying. The ring was complete, and with it, a fate entwined with darkness. Galadriel's hands trembled as she looked upon it, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of rage and sorrow. "If we forge this, we forge our doom," she whispered sharply. "Do not let it claim you." I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that cloaked us like a shroud, but I was bound, ensnared by the power radiating from the ring. It breathed, it throbbed, it called to me, and I was but a moth, spiraling toward an inevitable flame. Isildur reached out, fingers brushing against the ring's surface, and I felt the world pivot. Shadows flickered at the edges of our vision, whispering promises of greatness, of revenge, of dominion over all. And I realized then that it was no longer just a ring, it was a gateway, a portal into madness. Even as I watched, a part of me yearned for what it could offer: strength, glory, a chance to wield the darkness and bend it to our will. But the heaviness in my chest reminded me of the truth lurking beneath the surface, a truth that echoed through the ages: power is a double-edged sword, and the blood it demands is never our own. As I gazed at my companions, I felt the weight of choice pressing down like the oppressive heat of the forge. Would we create our salvation or our ruin? Would we become legends or ghosts? I wanted to scream, to shake them awake from their reverie, but the darkness had already begun to seep into the cracks of our hearts. The moment lingered, electric and taut, and the shadows danced around us, laughing softly and beckoning us closer. I knew then that no matter what we chose, the ring would forge us into something we could never reclaim. The abyss whispered my name, and as the hammer fell again, I could feel the thread of destiny pulling tighter around our throats, binding us to a fate written in blood and shadow. This was the moment, the dawn of our downfall, the birth of power and corruption, and as we stood there, on the brink of creation, I knew nothing would ever be the same again. And I was left with one haunting thought: in the end, what would we become? In the heart of a storm, thunderclaps echoed like war drums, and the sea roared with a fury that seemed almost sentient, alive with rage. I stood on the wet deck of the ship, clinging to the rail as the wind screamed around me, whipping my hair into a chaotic dance. I remember the salty taste of fear on my lips, a bitter reminder of how fragile life was under the tightening grip of destiny. My heart raced, not from the tempest that threatened to swallow us whole, but from the memory of the last word spoken by my father, a warning that rippled through my veins like poison: trust not the shadows, for they bear the weight of the past. Elendil, a man forged in the fires of conflict, stood beside me, his eyes scanning the churning waters. He was a noble, steadfast figure, but beneath the surface, I saw the crackling embers of doubt. I could feel his heartbeat thrumming in time with mine, a rhythm of uncertainty and dread. His jaw was clenched tight, and there was a vulnerability in his stance that belied his outward strength. "We are not merely navigating the seas," he shouted above the cacophony, "but the very tides of fate itself." His voice was a lifeline, yet it trembled just enough to reveal the storm brewing within him. And then there was Isildur, his younger brother, fierce as a spring storm yet plagued with a foolhardy desire to prove himself. I could see the wild glint in his eyes, a reckless bravado that threatened to shatter like glass beneath the weight of reality. "We will make our stand. We will face whatever comes." His voice was loud and defiant, yet I sensed the tremor in his conviction. Fear flickered in his gaze, a shadow that haunted the corners of his fiercely burning ambition. I remembered my own blind courage, years ago, when a similar storm had turned my world upside down. I had thought myself invincible then, too, but the truth was far more sinister. And as the waves crashed against the hull like the hands of the damned, I felt the weight of our shared history, a legacy of both greatness and ruin. The very air crackled with memories, whispers of ancestors who had long since become shadows, their dreams and failures woven into the fabric of our being. I remember the tales told over flickering fires, of Númenor's rise, a beacon of hope that glimmered like a distant star, yet also a graveyard of hubris that threatened to swallow us all whole. "Look!" Isildur shouted, pointing into the tempest, his youthful exuberance igniting for a moment. I followed his gaze, heart pounding, and there, in the roiling depths, a shape emerged, something dark and sinister, an ancient curse rising from the abyss. It was a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, waiting to ensnare us in its grasp. The air thickened with an unspoken dread, a tangible thing that wrapped around us like a shroud. I could feel Elendil's tension, his shoulders tight, as if he bore the weight of a world teetering on the brink of collapse. "Brace yourselves," he commanded, but it was too late. The vessel shuddered violently, as though the very sea itself had declared war against us. I was thrown to the ground, the salt water stinging my skin like the claws of a vengeful spirit, and I caught a glimpse of Isildur, wide-eyed and terrified, as if he had suddenly realized how fragile his bravado truly was. A moment, lingering like a spectre in the air. I could taste the fear that hung there, thick and cloying. I remember, I whispered to myself, the words spilling out raw and trembling. I remember the stories of our forefathers, of their triumphs and their ruin. I could almost hear their voices echoing in the chaos, warnings lost in the wind. The weight of history bore down on us, a relentless tide that threatened to crush our spirits, to drown our hopes. Isildur fell to his knees, hands gripping the slickwood as his eyes darted to mine, desperation etched across his face. "What do we do, sister?" he cried out, and in that single moment, the storm became more than just wind and water, it became a reflection of our inner turmoil, the raging tempest of our own desires and fears. I could see the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes, the boy who desperately wanted to be a hero, and I felt a pang of recognition. How many times had I stood there, teetering on the edge, terrified of the darkness lurking in my own heart? Together, I managed, my voice barely rising above the roar. "We fight together." And just like that, a sudden calm washed over me, as if the storm itself paused to listen. The very act of declaring our unity felt like a shield against the onslaught. But even as the words left my lips, a shadow loomed larger in the depths, swirling and writhing as if alive. I felt the chill creep into my bones, a premonition that clawed at my insides. A ghost of the past, perhaps, or a harbinger of the future. It was a reminder that we were caught in something far beyond our control, a game played by ancient powers, where each move could mean salvation or destruction. And then, with a deafening roar, the creature surged from the depths, a mass of scales and fury, eyes like glowing coals, an ancient guardian, or perhaps, a predator. The air thickened with dread, a knot of terror in my throat. I clenched my fists, heart racing, as I thought of all that lay behind us, all that was at stake. The stories whispered in the dark gnawed at my mind, the weight of expectation pushing down. But I refused to yield. The storm might be fierce, but we were Númenorian, descendants of kings and warriors, and as the creature's roar filled the air, a fire ignited within me. "Stand!" I shouted, voice ringing with a clarity that cut through the chaos. "Stand and fight!" And as the tempest raged around us, I knew we were not merely fighting the beast, but the very shadows of our own fears. In that moment, we were bound not just by blood, but by the relentless pursuit of our destinies. I felt the pull of history, the weight of our lineage, and I understood, the true confrontation was just beginning, echoing through time and space, a cyclical dance of light and dark. The storm, the creature, Elendil, Isildur, we were all caught in the same web of fate, and as we braced ourselves, hearts pounding in unison, a single truth resonated through the chaos: we would rise or fall together, and the shadows would not claim us without a fight. The echoes of our ancestors roared in our hearts, a symphony of defiance against the darkness, urging us forward into the unknown. The air crackled with the electric pulse of impending doom as Ar-Pharazôn stood at the edge of his balcony, the horizon swallowed by a cloak of storm clouds. Thunder growled in the distance, a low, menacing rumble that drummed against his chest. He was the king, a titan among men, yet he felt so small, so fragile beneath the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. Each pulse of lightning illuminated the shadows that lurked at the fringes of his mind, whispering doubts, seducing him with their dark promises. His heart raced, a frantic drum echoing through the temple of his consciousness. I remember the whispers, the thought trailed through his mind, as insistent as the rain that began to fall, each drop a reminder of the impending storm within. I remember the way Sauron's voice curled around my thoughts, wrapping them in silken chains. The Dark Lord had come to him not as a conqueror, but as a confidant, a friend. "You want power, Ar-Pharazôn," he had murmured, his eyes like twin pools of molten gold, shimmering with malevolent allure. "You want to be a god among men? I can help you. I can show you the way." Those words had hung in the air, thick as smoke, curling into his lungs, igniting an insidious fire. The flame flickered within him now, threatening to consume everything he had ever stood for. And there was his cousin, the fierce and unyielding Tarmiriel, standing just behind him, her presence a lighthouse in this tempest of despair. She was a storm in her own right, her spirit unyielding, yet tethered to a history of betrayal and familial strife. "You must resist him, Ar-Pharazôn," she urged, her voice choked with emotion, a plea laced with desperation. "He is not what he seems. His gifts come at a price you cannot afford." But how could he resist? How could he turn away from the shimmering promises that Sauron laid before him, like jewels scattered upon the ground? Power is not a sin, he whispered, more to himself than to her, the seductive cadence of Sauron's words echoing in his head. To be strong is to be alive. Tamriel's eyes flashed with fear, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. And what of your soul? Will you barter it for a throne? She stepped closer, her voice trembling, the thunder outside mirroring the chaos in her heart. What if you become like him? What if you lose yourself in the shadows? The rain intensified, pounding against the stone like 1,000 restless hearts, and for a fleeting moment, Ar-Pharazôn's resolve wavered. He could feel Sauron's presence, a cold breath against his neck, laced with promises of power that coiled around his thoughts more tightly than any serpent. I can protect you, Ar-Pharazôn, Sauron had said, the words dripping with honeyed malice. I can give you the world. The world. Such a simple word, yet it pulsed with the weight of everything he craved, immortality, dominion, the very essence of existence itself. He could see it, taste it, a shimmering mirage just beyond reach. What if I could conquer death? He breathed, his hands clenching into fists, a mix of desperation and greed flaring in his chest. The vision of power loomed brighter, eclipsing the flickering shadow of doubt. I remember, Tamriel's voice cut through his thoughts, sharper than the rain. I remember the tales of men who walked this path. They lost everything. Their homes, their families, enough. Ar-Pharazôn roared, the sound exploding from him, raw and primal, shaking the stones of the temple. The storm outside answered, a surge of wind battering against the walls. You don't understand. You haven't felt the weight of the crown, the pressure to be more than what you are. He turned away from her, drawn back into the magnetic pull of Sauron's promises. Tyranny can be a form of salvation, he muttered, his heart pounding. Each word was like a dagger, piercing through the veil of his sanity, each syllable a step closer to the abyss. Ar-Pharazôn! Her voice cracked, desperation spilling over. You can't let him take you. You're stronger than this. Remember your father, your mother. Would they have wanted this? A phantom of his mother's face flared in his mind, her laughter echoing in hallways now choked with shadows. Would they have wanted this? The question hung heavy, clashing against the seductive lure of Sauron's whispers. I am not weak, he shouted, but the fervor in his voice trembled, as though he were trying to convince himself rather than her. Outside, the storm raged, a chaotic symphony of nature that mirrored his inner turmoil. The ground trembled beneath him, the earth crying out in warning, yet he stood at the precipice, peering into the abyss, the line between ambition and madness blurring with each heartbeat. And then he saw it, an image burned into his mind. Sauron, his figure cloaked in shadows, extending a hand, offering a taste of the infinite. You can have it all, he had whispered, the promise curling around Ar-Pharazôn like a lover's embrace. You can transcend the limits of mortality. Transcend, he murmured, the word a siren song, beckoning him closer to the edge. To be more than man, was it not worth the cost? The thunder roared once more, and he fell to his knees, wrestling with the weight of his choice. But there was Tamriel, fierce and steadfast, her heart beating in time with the storm, a flicker of warmth in this cold, desolate reality. We can fight this together, she urged, her tone steady despite the chaos. You are not alone. The tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating, time stretching like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. Ar-Pharazôn looked up, drawing breath, caught between the chilling allure of Sauron and the fierce love in her eyes. As the lightning split the sky, illuminating the depths of his own darkness, he felt the pull of a choice, one that could shatter the world. Would he embrace the shadows, or would he turn and face the light? In that moment, everything hung in the balance, and the storm outside mirrored the tempest within. The clock ticked softly, each second a whisper of destiny, and in the depth of his heart, he knew this was only the beginning. A chill swept through the twilight air of Númenor, thick as the fog that rolled off the sea, an ominous presence that settled like a weight upon the shoulders of the unwitting. I could almost hear the whispers of dread clawing through the alleys, echoing off the marble pillars of the city. No one believes the end is near until it knocks at their door, I thought, breath hitching as I watched the once proud tower sway under the burden of shadows. Across the cobblestone streets, men stumbled through gatherings, their voices thick with wine and bravado. They laughed, but it was the kind of laughter that felt like nails scraping against stone, desperate to fill the void. Luthien tugged at my sleeve, her eyes wide, shimmering pools reflecting the chaos around us. "They don't see it, do they?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thing, barely holding back the tremors of fear that lurked in her heart. I wanted to reassure her, but the truth was, I felt it too, the tightening grip of despair creeping like a thief in the night. "Everything is changing," I replied, the words sounding hollow even to my own ears. Sauron's presence loomed like a storm cloud, heavy and dark, his influence like a creeping vine, wrapping around the minds and hearts of the Númenorians, twisting them into grotesque shapes. It began innocently enough, a smattering of ideas that promise power, longevity, and dominion over the very fabric of reality. But power always comes with a cost, doesn't it? And what would they pay for a chance to be gods? "Look!" Luthien pointed, her small hand shaking. In the distance, I saw a figure, tall, shadowed, and cloaked in a darkness that seemed to swallow the light. Sauron. Even from afar, I could feel the icy tendrils of his malice, wrapping around my spine like a serpent, squeezing. There was something in his posture, a baleful grace that made my blood run cold, and I felt the air grow thin. I closed my eyes for a heartbeat, a moment of weakness, and I remembered, not the glorious tales of Númenor's past, but the gnawing doubt that had settled in my gut like a stone. The dreams of grandeur were fading, replaced with the stark reality of a crumbling realm. I opened my eyes to find Luthien staring at me, her gaze piercing through the fog of my mind. "You feel it too, don't you?" she urged, her voice breaking. "Yes, but we can't let it consume us," I said, gripping her shoulders, feeling the warmth of her skin grounding me. "We need to rally the others, we need to fight." But fight what? We were not warriors, we were dreamers in a land that had all but forgotten the meaning of hope. The laughter that surrounded us twisted into a cacophony of sinister mirth, as though the very city conspired against us. As I searched Luthien's eyes, I saw not just fear, but a flicker of defiance. "I will not let this end without a fight," she said fiercely, and I felt a warmth bloom in my chest. Yet doubts gnawed at the edges of my resolve. I remembered the stories, the warnings. "Sauron is patient," I murmured, like a spider weaving its web. "He won't strike outright, he will pull at the strands of our desires until we are ensnared." And even as I spoke, the truth began to unveil itself in the distance. Men gathered under the eaves of gilded temples, their faces drawn in desperate supplication, seeking dark knowledge. I could almost hear the whispers of promises made in the shadows, the sweet poison of ambition curling around their hearts. And with each word, I could feel the weight of dread pressing down, suffocating, like the inked fingers of fate themselves. "Is this what we've come to?" Luthien asked, her voice trembling. "Worshipping a tyrant under the guise of salvation." Before I could answer, I felt it, a tremor beneath our feet, a rumble that filled the very air with a dreadful anticipation. The ground quaked, and people screamed, their laughter transformed into horror, raw and unfiltered. "Flee!" I shouted, grabbing Luthien's hand as the buildings around us trembled, their magnificence cracking under the weight of fear and despair. As we ran, every heartbeat echoed with the peril of our choices. I could taste the salt of the sea on my lips, mingling with the bitter tang of terror. Around us, shadows danced, flickering in the dying light as if mocking the very ground we stood upon. I remembered the tales of old, of men who had turned their backs on the stars, who had let darkness seep into their bones, blinding them to the beauty that once was. Yet in that chaos, I couldn't help but wonder, a flicker of hope. Perhaps in resisting the darkness, we could reclaim our fate. Perhaps the very act of standing against the tide would light a spark in others. "Luthien! We must not let them see our fear." I yelled against the rising wind, and her grip tightened, a tether to the flickering flame of defiance within me. And in that moment, as the world unraveled, I glimpsed the shadows forming behind us, the spectre of Sauron himself, a dark promise of everything we might lose. His laughter curled around us, cold and mocking, a reminder of the fragility of our resolve. We stumbled into the heart of Númenor, where the air felt heavy with despair, and every face mirrored the dread that had nestled deep in our bones. It's not just our lives at stake, I said, urgency spilling from my lips. It's our legacy. But even as I spoke, I knew the truth. What are legacies against the tides of ambition? What are dreams against the darkness that seeks to suffocate them? I felt Lúthien's breath catch, and in her eyes, I saw the flickering of hope dimmed by fear. I could feel it, the weight of an era shifting, a world teetering on the edge of oblivion, spiraling down into the abyss. And in that moment, as the city roared around us, I understood, this was not merely a battle against Sauron. It was a fight for our souls, for the very essence of what it meant to be free, and as the shadows closed in, I whispered a silent prayer to the stars, hoping against hope that they would guide us back from the edge. The ground trembles beneath a sky stained with angry crimson, a harbinger of chaos. I can feel it in my bones, the sharp crackle of electricity in the air like the breath before a scream. Shadows dance erratically against the blackened ruins of Barad-dûr, where darkness has long claimed dominion. Here, the silence is alive, every heartbeat reverberates against the stone, every breath a whisper of dread. Stay close. A voice cuts through the tension, raw and urgent. It's Eowyn, fierce yet vulnerable, her spirit flickering like a candle in the relentless wind. She stands resolute, but I see the tremor in her hands, fingers wrapped around the hilt of her sword, the gleaming blade that has tasted both blood and fear. She's a warrior, yes, but she's also a woman caught between duty and despair, haunted by the ghosts of battles past. I remember the day she vowed to reclaim Mordor, the day she looked into the abyss and saw herself staring back, a reflection of anguish and defiance. But what does it mean to hold a shattered kingdom? The burdens of leadership weigh heavy as the black clouds gather, harbingers of a storm that is both literal and metaphorical. Can anyone truly reclaim what has been lost, or do we simply try to survive the relentless tide of darkness? The silence is shattered. A roar emanates from the depths of the mountain, a sound that feels like the very earth is being torn apart. My heart races, there's no time to think, no time to hesitate. I glimpse a figure emerging from the shadows, tall and cloaked in malice, his presence a living nightmare. Sauron. My breath catches, fear clenching my throat. He raises a hand, and I feel the weight of despair settle over me like a shroud. Beside me, Eowyn's breath quickens. This is it, she murmurs, voice barely a whisper, yet filled with the weight of 1,000 battles. If we falter now, it's not just a statement, it's a plea, a prayer wrapped in desperation. Her eyes, a stormy sea, search for strength, for resolve, but I see the cracks beginning to splinter beneath her fierce facade. And then there's Faramir, standing slightly behind us, his face a canvas of conflicting emotions. He's always been the steady one, the anchor when the storm rages. But now, I see flickers of doubt, the wavering light of hope against the encroaching darkness. He grips his sword tightly, knuckles pale against the hilt, and I wonder what memories haunt him. His love for Gondor, for Eowyn, how does one choose between love and duty when both lead to the same treacherous edge? Do you remember the gardens? He asks suddenly, his voice slicing through the chaos, a bittersweet melody in this symphony of doom. The way the sunlight danced on the petals. There's a heaviness in his tone, a yearning for a world that feels irretrievably lost, for moments of joy that seem impossible amid the shadows. I remember, Eowyn replies, her voice thick with emotion. I remember laughter. Warmth. The words hang in the air, heavy with nostalgia, and a brief flicker of something beautiful bursts through the encroaching despair. I can see it in their eyes, the fleeting memory of sunlight, of hope, before the darkness swallows it whole. As Sauron's figure looms closer, the ground beneath us shifts. The very essence of Mordor seems to writhe in pain, and I feel the suffocating grip of despair. There's a palpable urge to flee, to escape this nightmare, but duty binds us tighter than chains. Fight with me! Eowyn shouts, and it's not just a battle cry, it's a lifeline thrown into the abyss. For every lost soul, for every fallen comrade. For those gardens, for laughter. Her voice rises, filled with raw intensity, and I feel the anger and sorrow collide within her, an explosion of emotions that ignites a fire in my heart. But beneath the surface, a chilling sense of inevitability looms. What if we fight and fall? What if our efforts are swallowed by the dark? I glance at Faramir, and for a split second, I see the flicker of hope extinguished by fear. Yet even amidst the shadows, there's an ember still burning. We must not let him win, Faramir insists, voice strong, conviction seeping through the cracks of despair. We are the light that refuses to fade. And there it is, the heartbeat of rebellion. The pulse of defiance against the encroaching dark. I take a breath, channeling every ounce of strength into the moment, and with it, the memories of laughter, the fleeting beauty of sunlight filtering through the leaves, rekindling something deep within me. The shriek of a battle horn pierces through the air, and we charge forward, hearts pounding in a symphony of desperation and determination. I can feel the weight of every decision, every sacrifice hanging in the air like the grim specter of fate. There's no turning back now. As we clash against the forces of darkness, the world blurs into chaos, sword against shield, flesh against shadow. A cacophony of pain and courage intertwines, and for every moment lost, I cling to the memories of what was, and the hope for what could be. And in that chaos, amidst the screams and the steel, I realize, this is not merely about reclaiming a land twisted by darkness. It's about the strength to remember, to find beauty and light even within the bleakest corners of existence. Time folds in on itself, a loop of fear and fierceness, heartbreak and heroism. I can feel the cosmic weight of every choice we've ever made, the convergence of fate pulling us into the heart of the storm. The darkness shrieks louder, a monstrous cacophony, and as we fight, I know this is only the beginning. The reclamation of Mordor has begun, but its shadows cling tight, and the journey is far from over. The air crackles with tension, and we are caught in the throes of it, the pulse of the universe beating within our chests. And so, we push onward, hearts entwined, through the storm, through the shadows. The reclaiming has just begun. The twilight sky hung heavy, bruised with the promise of a storm, as the clash of swords echoed through the valley. Steel met steel, each strike reverberating like a heartbeat, a pulse of desperation that filled the air. I could feel it in my bones, the tension, a living entity that wrapped itself around us like a suffocating shroud. The elves stood poised, ethereal yet fierce, their eyes glinting with the fury of ages past. Among them, I saw Elrond, his brow furrowed, lips drawn tight, betraying an inner turmoil. He had always been the pillar of wisdom, yet in this moment, I wondered if he was just as scared as the rest of us. I remember the whispers of fear that danced between the warriors, the unease of knowing Sauron's shadow loomed closer. One wrong move could spell doom, and with every clash, I felt the weight of their lives upon my shoulders. Tension rippled through our ranks, each breath heavy with dread, every flicker of movement a prelude to chaos. I could see it in the faces around me, the fear masked by stoic resolve, the lingering doubt that this time, victory might slip through our fingers like grains of sand. "How many must die before this nightmare ends?" whispered a voice beside me. It was Voronway, his spirit unyielding yet fading like the twilight light. He had seen too much, lost too many. He clenched his fists, knuckles white against the grip of his sword. I could sense his frustration, his rage at the futility of it all. "Do we even stand a chance?" "Hope is a fragile thing," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper, caught in the storm of chaos. "But it is all we have left." As I spoke, I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, a reminder of the life that still thrummed in the shadows. We were fighting not just for ourselves, but for something greater, a dream of peace that felt so distant now, so maddeningly out of reach. The ground shook as Sauron's forces surged forward, a tide of blackness crashing against our fragile defenses. The cries of the wounded pierced the air, haunting melodies of despair that clawed at my heart. I had lost friends before, but in this moment, the fear of loss wrapped around me like icy fingers. The ghost of every name I couldn't save hung heavy in the air, I choked on their absence. And then, there was Arwen, her spirit aflame amid the encroaching darkness. She fought like a whirlwind, graceful and devastating, each strike a defiance against fate. I watched her, swallowed by awe and dread, torn between the desire to call out and run to her side and the understanding that she was better off without me. I remember her eyes, green pools of determination that hinted at something deeper, something that could shatter the world if it wasn't carefully tended. I cannot lose you, I thought, though I knew every moment spent together was a gamble against fate. Each clash of swords echoed the unvoiced truth between us, an incomplete symphony of what could be, should be, but was not. Somewhere in the chaos, I found myself face to face with a creature born of nightmares, an orc, a wretched embodiment of Sauron's malice. Its eyes were pits of hatred, and a sickening grin twisted its lips, sharp and cruel. Time slowed. In that heartbeat, all my fears crystallized. I remembered the faces of those I had lost, the laughter turned to silence, and I felt the flood of rage burst forth. With a scream that tore from my throat, I lunged forward, fury igniting the air around us. But in that moment of primal clarity, I caught a glimpse of Elrond's face, his expression a storm of anguish. His heart was divided, a battle raging within him, loyalty to his kin, and the painful burden of leadership. Every life lost will haunt us, he had said before the battle began, the weight of his words echoing through my mind like an unrelenting drum. But we fight not just for those we love, but for a future they may never see. The orc fell beneath my blade, its guttural cry drowned in the cacophony of war. But there was no triumph to be found in that victory. It felt hollow against the backdrop of suffering, each death a bitter reminder of the toll this war exacted. I turned to find Arwen again, and for a fleeting moment, our eyes locked, a shared understanding of the impending darkness, a realization that even in this chaos, love could be a battlefield of its own. In the midst of the carnage, I saw the banners of our alliance rippling in the wind, a stark contrast against the encroaching shadows. They bore the sigils of every race, every heart that beat for freedom. I saw dwarfs, their laughter ringing like hammers in the forge, elves with their ethereal grace, and men, brave yet flawed, fighting shoulder to shoulder. Together, we were a tapestry of resilience woven from the threads of loss and hope. Fight! I shouted, my voice rising above the din, a desperate plea and rallying cry. Fight for every moment of beauty. For every laugh, every dream that still flickers like a candle in the dark. The words ignited something within me, a flame that refused to be snuffed out. But as the battle raged on, I knew our hope was a fragile thing, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Sauron's might loomed like a specter, and even as we fought, I could feel the grip of despair tightening around my throat. Each swing of my sword was a prayer, a plea to whatever gods might listen. Please, let this not be the end. The clash of steel became a symphony of survival, each note a heartbeat in the crescendo of war. In that moment, I understood, we are more than just warriors, we are the echoes of dreams, the remnants of laughter against the storm of shadows. And even if this tale ended in sorrow, even if the darkness swallowed us whole, I would know that we fought together, hearts entwined in the face of the inevitable. In the distance, the mountains loomed, ancient sentinels bearing witness to our struggle. As I swung my sword again, I felt the weight of time pressing down upon us all, a reminder that every moment, every choice, rippled through the ages like the stars scattered across the night sky. And as the battle raged on, I couldn't help but wonder, would the echoes of our fight be remembered, or would we fade into the same darkness we fought against? The air buzzed with a silence so thick, it felt like a thick blanket of despair, pressing down on the shoulders of every soldier gathered before the blackened walls of Barad-dûr. Shadows danced across the landscape, twisting and bending as if mocking the hope that flickered within their hearts. The sky was a bruised violet, pregnant with the promise of rain. The scent of burnt earth and the coppery tang of blood hung in the air, a reminder of the battles fought and the lives lost. I remember the first time I stood before that tower of nightmares, a monolith of Sauron's malice piercing the heavens. Each stone whispered tales of anguish, every crack in its facade a fragment of forgotten screams. My pulse raced, every thud echoing a question I dared not voice, were we too late? Beside me, Legolas's fair features were shadowed, the weight of centuries etched into his brow. He'd never feared death, it was the dying of hope that left him haunted, a spectre of his own despair. This is it, he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. The end or the beginning? I scoffed at his words, though my heart quivered in agreement. The elf's certainty seemed like a fool's gold, glinting under a dying sun. I was not the heroic type, I was a soldier crafted from the earth, hardened and cracked like the soil beneath my feet. I had loved, lost, and tasted the bitter ash of betrayal. My name was not etched in any songs, yet here I stood, ready to face a darkness that had swallowed the world whole. Tension coiled tightly around us, each heartbeat a countdown toward oblivion. I glanced to the side, where Gimli, his axe gripped tightly, seemed to be lost in thoughts of his own, thoughts of home, of warm fires and hearty laughter, thoughts of a life that now felt like a distant dream. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for the laughter of our kin," he said, his voice a growl, thick with emotion. "For the stories we tell by the hearth." I wanted to laugh, to mock his knavery, but the truth stung like a sharp shard of glass. Would there be stories to tell if we failed? Would anyone remember our names, our sacrifices? The ground trembled, a distant roar echoing from deep within the bowels of Barad-dûr. It was like the sound of a heart beating, a dark, oppressive, a reminder of Sauron's looming presence. I could almost see the swirling shadows, creeping forth like phantoms emerging from a haunted past. They whispered promises of doom, curling around my thoughts like smoke, suffocating my resolve. "Stand firm!" Legolas shouted, his voice slicing through the fog of fear. It brought me back, anchored me to the moment. I remembered the fire in our bellies, the reasons we fought. We fight for freedom. The siege engines roared to life behind us, the clanking of metal against metal, a cacophony that reverberated in my bones. The orcish horde stirred within the walls like a boiling cauldron, a tempest of rage and hatred. I could almost taste the salt of their sweat mixed with fear. They were just as desperate as we were, trapped within Sauron's ambitions, just cogs in a monstrous machine. Then the first boulder flew through the air, a dark shadow against the fading light. It sailed toward us like a harbinger of death, and time slowed, each heartbeat a drum echoing the inevitability of fate. I could see the faces of my comrades, etched with fear and determination. I felt their dread intertwine with my own, a shared pulse of terror binding us together. And in that moment, I remembered my daughter's laughter, the soft curls of her hair, the promise I had made to return. I would not let her live in a world ruled by darkness. I would not let her grow up without knowing the warmth of love. "Hold the line!" I screamed, my voice raw and desperate. The boulder struck, sending shards of rock and debris flying into a chaos that felt like the very fabric of existence unraveling. I lunged forward, guided by the instinct of survival, my heart pounding like a war drum. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of chaos as we surged toward Barad-dûr. The shadows spilled forth from the darkness, a writhing mass of fury and despair. I fought not just with my sword, but with every memory of love, of laughter, of life. Each swing was a prayer, every thrust a plea for redemption. Gimli fought beside me, his laughter mingling with battle cries, a strange juxtaposition amid the carnage. "You call this fun?" he shouted, dodging a blow, his axe cleaving through orc flesh. "I prefer a good ale." In the throes of madness, I laughed, an absurd sound amidst the carnage. It felt like a lifeline, a reminder that even in darkness, humor can bloom. I fought harder, driven by the bond we shared, our laughter a defiant flame against the encroaching shadows. As we pushed forward, Legolas's arrows sang through the air, each one a whisper of hope. But I saw the cracks in his resolve, I felt the weight of his sorrow. What if this is the end? I thought, but I refused to give voice to that darkness. Instead, I fought harder, for the elf, for Gimli, for every soul who dared to believe in light. Then, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, I felt it, the shift, the crack in Barad-dûr's defenses. It was faint, a tremor beneath our feet, like the heartbeat of a great beast stirring from slumber. The wall shuddered, and for a heartbeat, hope ignited anew. "Now!" Legolas shouted, his voice slicing through the din like a blade, and we surged forward, a tide of defiance roaring against the night. We were not merely soldiers, we were the heartbeat of a world yearning for freedom. And as the shadows closed in, I felt the weight of our choices, of our love, of everything we had sacrificed, weighing down like the heaviest armor. I refused to yield, to let darkness extinguish our light. We were alive, we were here, and we would not fade into nothingness. This wasn't just a battle, it was our legacy, a testament to every heartbeat still echoing in the silence of night. Through the chaos, we fought, our spirits entwined, our fates inexorably linked. And as the siege of Barad-dûr raged, I knew this was not the end. It was merely a prelude to a future unwritten, a story still unfolding in the shadows where hope clung to life, flickering like a candle in the dark. The air crackled, heavy with the scent of charred earth and the metallic tang of blood, as the sun hung low in a bruised sky, casting a sepulchral glow over the fields of the Pelennor. I stumbled through the chaos, heart pounding like the war drums that echoed in the distance. All around me, the clash of steel rang like discordant bells, a morbid symphony of despair and valor. I could taste the fear on my tongue, a bitter reminder of what was at stake. The One Ring had been cast into the fires of Mount Doom, and with it, the very essence of Sauron flickered like a candle in the wind. I remember Frodo's wide eyes, brimming with a mixture of terror and resolve, as he stood at the brink of the abyss, the weight of the world hanging from his neck like a noose. Clutching the ring, it pulled at him with a sinister whisper, promising power, dominion, and an end to suffering. But we both knew it was a lie, a velvet trap, sweetly wrapped but laced with poison. I had watched him struggle, watched him teeter on the edge of madness, a marionette in the hands of a malevolent puppeteer. "Frodo, let it go!" I shouted, my voice a raw edge against the chaos. But he hesitated, his fingers trembling as if the fabric of reality itself hung in the balance. I saw the shadows dance in his eyes, a haunting reminder of the burdens we all bore, a corrupted world where hope flickered like a dying ember. Then there was Sam, stalwart and unwavering, his heart a fortress against the encroaching darkness. I could see him, a loyal soldier in this battle against despair, eyes fixed on Frodo, determination etched across his dirt-smeared face. "You can do it, Mr. Frodo," he urged, voice steady despite the raging storm around us. "Think of the Shire, the green hills, the light of home. We're so close." Each word was a lifeline tossed into turbulent waters, but would it be enough? Time stretched and warped, seconds feeling like centuries as Sauron stirred, a dark leviathan awakening from slumber. I could hear the distant wailing of orcs, a grotesque chorus celebrating their leader's resurgence. Fear wrapped its cold fingers around my throat. What if we failed? What if Sauron clawed his way back from the void, taking with him the last vestiges of light? The ground trembled as if the very earth mourned our plight. I remember the moment the air shifted, the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down, murmurs of forgotten dreams and lost promises swirling like shadows. The ring, now a forsaken remnant, lay cradled in Frodo's palm, and yet it felt like a chasm, an unfathomable depth that threatened to swallow us whole. "Frodo," I implored again, my voice cracking, raw with desperation. He looked at me, and for a fleeting heartbeat, I saw clarity beneath the fog. His burden was not just his own, it was ours. The fate of Middle-earth was woven into the fragile thread of his will, and I felt an overwhelming surge of love and fear. This was not just a battle, this was a crucible that would forge or fracture everything we held dear. The ring buzzed with dark energy, pulsating like a heartbeat, and I felt its pull, its siren call echoing through the marrow of my bones. I wanted to scream, to tear at the fabric of fate, to shake Frodo from his stupor, but I was rooted, ensnared in this moment where hope and despair danced a macabre waltz. We pressed forward, my heart a drumbeat of urgency as I reached for Frodo, but Sauron's eye, the great, fiery orb, swirled above, a sentinel of dread. It sought us out, latching onto our fears, our insecurities, but with every ounce of will I had left, I pushed against it. "We can't let him win," I shouted, not just to Frodo but to the cosmos itself. Then, in a flash, the world seemed to hold its breath. The moment stretched infinitely as Frodo looked deep into the heart of the darkness, and in that gaze, I saw a flicker of rebellion, a spark of defiance. I could almost hear the whispers of the heroes who had come before us, their voices merging with the wind, urging us, "You are not alone." In that heartbeat of eternity, Frodo stepped to the edge. The abyss below was alive with Sauron's dark promises, but I felt a swell of hope, a fragile bloom in the wasteland of despair. I can't, Frodo's voice was a whisper, but I knew he fought against the tide, against the relentless pull of the ring. Then, in a moment that shattered the very fabric of despair, Frodo's fingers released their grip. The ring fell, a silent scream cutting through the tumult, spiraling into the depths of molten fire. The ice screamed, a sound that echoed through my bones, a visceral agony. And just like that, the world trembled again, the dark leviathan thrashing in its death throes. I remember the haunting scream of Sauron as the shadows contorted, the very essence of dread unraveling like threads of smoke. Hope surged, strong and wild, but with it came a torrent of grief, a loss so profound, it stole the breath from my lungs. As the ground shook beneath us, a release of tension, of anguish, filled the air. But the shadows still lurked, the remnants of a darkness that would never fully disappear. We were not free yet. I could feel the weight of our victory and the losses woven into it, a tapestry of triumph laced with heartbreak. "Frodo!" I shouted, but he stood there, hollow-eyed, a silhouette against the blaze. The fire had consumed the ring, and with it, a slice of himself. Sauron was silenced, but at what cost? The silence that followed was deafening, a cacophony of unprocessed emotion swirling in the void. It was done. Yet, I feared that the scars would remain, shadows etched in the hearts of those who dared to hope. Frodo turned to Sam and me, and in that moment, I saw the fragile flicker of a new dawn beginning to rise, but it felt so far away. The battle was not over, not yet. The shadows were still there, lingering, watching, waiting for their moment again. Time ticked on, a relentless clock, and as we stood on the precipice of what's next, I knew this was just the beginning. The echoes of our fight would resonate through eternity, a reminder of what we faced, but also of what we had lost. And somewhere beneath the surface, Sauron's breath lingered, a ghost that would never fully fade, whispering promises of return. The dawn was breaking, but the night was far from over. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and charred flesh, a cruel reminder of the chaos that had engulfed them. My heart pounded in my chest like a war drum, echoing the cries of the fallen. I stood in the heart of a shattered city, the remnants of a proud civilization clawing for survival amongst the rubble. The shadows stretched long, twisted into grotesque shapes, a dark tapestry woven by terror and despair. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on me, suffocating and relentless. Talion stood beside me, his eyes burning with an urgency that mirrored the flickering flames around us. The ghost of his family haunted him, a spectre that refused to be silenced. "We cannot let them take what is left," he growled, each word laced with a desperation that tugged at my soul. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of vengeance, of justice that felt more like a mirage than a reality. I could see the cracks in his resolve, the momentary flickers of doubt that betrayed his fierce exterior. We were outnumbered, surrounded by orcs that swarmed like locusts, fueled by a madness that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Their guttural howls sliced through the night like knives, a cacophony that echoed in my very bones. I remembered my own fear, my own sense of helplessness. I whispered, the words slipping from my lips unbidden. I remember the warmth of home, the laughter that once filled these streets. Now they lie cold, forgotten. Beside Talion, the shadow of Celebrimbor loomed large, a presence both ethereal and tangible. His voice, smooth yet bitter, wrapped around us like a shroud. "This is your chance, Talion. The age of men begins and ends with you." How easy it was to mistake hope for delusion, to cling to the belief that a single man could stem the tide of darkness. My heart ached for him, for the burden he bore, the memories that tore at him like claws. And then there was me, a mere spectre in my own right, caught in the web of their anguish. I could feel the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of its people, the desperation laced with a fragile thread of hope. If we fail, the thought sent a shiver down my spine. I could see it, feel it, the ruin that awaited us. The echoes of history reverberated around me, each moment heavy with the weight of choices made and paths taken. The clock ticked ominously in the back of my mind, each second a reminder of our mortality. The first orc crashed into the skirmish, a beast of muscle and malice, and I was swept up in the frenzy. I fought alongside Talion, blades glinting in the dim light, each clash a thunderous symphony of destruction. The brutality was intoxicating, sending a thrill through my veins. I gasped, dodging a swing that could have severed my head cleanly from my neck. I remember how it feels to be alive. The thrill of combat, the rush of adrenaline, all twisted into a dance of life and death. But as the battle raged, the shadows deepened, and I felt them seep into my soul. The orcs fell, one by one, but with each life extinguished, the shadows writhed and pulsed, hungry for more. Talion's face was twisted in a mask of determination, each enemy he felled just another step toward an elusive peace. I could see the toll it took on him, the glimmers of humanity vanishing as his rage clouded his judgment. "We must not lose ourselves," I shouted over the din, my voice lost in the chaos. But it was too late. The darkness had seeped into every crevice of his being, a parasite clinging to his spirit. Celebrimbor whispered, coaxed, an insidious presence that wrapped around Talion like a snake. "Embrace it, Talion. Use it. The dark is not your enemy, it is your ally." I could see the struggle within him, the conflict that tore at his very essence. Could he become the hero he was meant to be, or would he succumb to the very shadows he sought to vanquish? The battlefield was a swirling storm of brutality, chaos, and bloodshed. I was caught in a whirlwind of desperate breaths and clashing steel, a symphony of agony and fury. The echoes of the fallen rang in my ears, and with every heartbeat, I felt the weight of their stories pressing down. I remember, I gasped, the memories flashing before my eyes like shooting stars. I remember how fragile life is, so easily extinguished. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows, a towering entity with dark, glistening armor that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. It was an orc warlord, an embodiment of nightmares come to life. My breath hitched in my throat, a visceral fear clawing at my insides. Talion advanced, but I could see the hesitation in his eyes, the flicker of doubt that threatened to consume him. "Remember who you fight for," I shouted, each word a desperate plea that echoed through the air. As the confrontation drew near, time stretched like an elastic band, warping reality into a surreal tableau. The air crackled with tension, a palpable force that rendered the world around us still. I could feel the heartbeat of the cosmos, the pulse of destiny thrumming beneath my skin. It was a moment suspended in time, a crossroads where past and future intertwined. And in that moment, I knew that we were not just fighting for ourselves, but for everyone who had fallen, for every soul that had dared to dream of a brighter tomorrow. Together, I whispered, the word a fragile thread binding us to hope. Talion's eyes met mine, and I saw the flicker of something, maybe belief, maybe fear. Together, he echoed, the resolve hardening in his voice. The battle raged on, the shadows clawing at our backs, but we surged forward into the abyss, hearts pounding, spirits entwined. And as the clash of metal echoed into the night, I realized that our fight was not just against the orcs, but against the shadow that lay within us all. The age of men was indeed beginning, on the brink of annihilation. We felt the pulse of existence, raw and unyielding, echoing through the ages. The moon hung low, a baleful eye peering down on Isengard, its cold light kissing the jagged edges of the tower, a sentinel of darkness. Inside, the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and despair, a miasma clinging to the stone like a long-forgotten memory. Saruman stood at the window, his fingers grasping the cold iron frame, knuckles white, heart hammering like a war drum. Shadows danced on the walls, alive with the whispers of something terrible, something powerful. He could feel Sauron's presence, not as a distant threat but as a suffocating weight upon his chest, a noose tightening with each breath he took. "I remember the stars," he murmured to himself, his voice cracking, before they were snuffed out by this darkness. The memory of their brilliance, a fleeting dream, was a cruel reminder of his own fall. Once, he had sought knowledge, the wisdom of the ages, with the noblest of intentions. Now, he was a puppet, strings pulled by a master cloaked in malice. The ambition that had once burned bright within him was now an ember, smothered by doubt and fear. In the shadows, Grima Wormtongue watched with eyes like a coiled viper, his heart a storm of loyalty and treachery. He had been a mere whisper in Saruman's ear, a flickering candle in a vast cathedral of darkness. Yet, in that twisted intimacy, he felt the tremors of power, the intoxicating thrill of control. "My lord," he hissed, his voice soft as the rustle of dead leaves, "the time grows short. The armies of Mordor stir restlessly. They await your command." His words were layered, sharp-edged, an offering and a threat. Saruman turned abruptly, his eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and despair. "Command? Do you think I am a mere puppet for Sauron? I will not be his pawn." But deep within, a flicker of fear ignited, the mere thought of defiance sent a shiver racing down his spine. He was caught in a net of his own making, the very walls of Isengard closing in around him like a tomb. "What choice do you have?" Grima pressed, a malicious grin creeping across his face, the darkness in his heart feeding off Saruman's turmoil. He has given you power, a chance to rise. Embrace it. You could be more than a king, more than a god. In that moment, the echoes of past choices reverberated through Saruman's mind. Was it ambition that had led him to this precipice, or was it the desire for acceptance? Each decision weighed heavy on him, a chain forged from dreams and nightmares, coiling tighter as the spectre of Sauron loomed ever closer. I remember, he whispered, the taste of the wind as I climbed the mountains, the thrill of reaching for something greater. The memories were ghosts, taunting him from the shadows. Outside, the skies darkened, clouds swirling like a tempest, nature itself seemed to mirror his inner chaos. In that storm, fear coiled around Saruman's heart. He had watched as others fell, their bones scattered across the battlefield of ambition. Would he be next? But still, the hunger for power clawed at him, a beast demanding to be fed. And then, in the depths of his despair, a flicker of resolve ignited. I will use Sauron, he growled, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. I will harness his darkness. The thought empowered him, igniting a fire that had long been extinguished. I will not be a servant. I will be a master. A man who had once sought the light of wisdom now found himself enveloped in the shadows. Grima's smile widened, a serpent spotting its prey. Then let us make our preparations, my lord. But deep down, a tremor of doubt whispered, a voice that echoed in the silence of his heart. What have I become? The same question haunted him, coiling like a serpent around his mind as he turned back to the window, gazing out over the desolate land, so far removed from the beauty he once cherished. The night air crackled with tension, a living entity itself, pressing against him, urging him to reconsider, to turn back. The trees outside twisted and writhed, their branches clawing at the sky, as if trying to escape the darkness that encroached upon their lives, much like Saruman himself. A heartbeat. A breath. Time slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, the urgency mounting as the spectre of Sauron loomed closer. Grima's laughter echoed, a haunting melody that resonated in the depths of Saruman's soul, reminding him of the price of power. Together, we shall build an empire, Grima promised, his eyes alight with a fervor matched only by the darkness swirling in Isengard. An empire that will rise, unchallenged. You have the means, the cunning. A word that tasted bitter on Saruman's tongue, a reminder of the duplicity that had brought him to this precipice. Did he dare to trust this man who had so easily slipped into betrayal? And yet, the allure of power was a heady poison, intoxicating and seductive, drowning out his fears. Darkness had become a sweet siren song, wrapping around him, seducing him with promises of dominion and magnificence. Tonight, we make our pact, Saruman declared, the weight of his decision hanging thick in the air. I will not be bound, but I will wield Sauron's influence like a sword. Yet as his words hung in the air, the shadows deepened, and the world outside remained silent, pregnant with dread, as if it too awaited the final act in this grim play. The promise of power crackled in the air, but at what cost? Outside, lightning split the sky, a jagged scar of light illuminating the darkened plains, revealing the spectre of the Eye, watching. Always watching. And in that moment, amidst the gathering storm, Saruman felt the first tremors of his ascent and his inevitable fall, two paths entwined, an inescapable destiny that whispered of glory and ruin. The night deepened, and the winds howled their ominous tune, heralding an age that would change everything, where shadows danced and dreams shattered, waiting to see who would rise and who would fall. In Isengard, the clock of fate ticked mercilessly onward, binding them all in its unyielding grasp. The air was thick with dread, a shroud that wrapped around the crumbling towers of Barad-dûr, where shadows twisted, and whispers of betrayal floated like smoke. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, every heartbeat echoing through the desolate landscape. The sun was an angry ember, casting a blood-red glow that made the very stones shiver. I stood there, trembling, caught between the piercing gaze of the Dark Lord himself and the fragile flicker of hope still burning within me. I remember the first time I saw the rings. They glittered in the dim light, each a promise, a curse, a shard of power. The three, forged in wisdom, held the strength of the earth. The seven, crafted by greed, burned with the ambition of dwarfs. And the nine, oh, the nine, these were the most haunting, whispering into the ears of kings, turning them into shadows of their former selves. I felt a chill crawl up my spine as I thought of the once great leaders now enslaved to the will of Sauron. Elena stood beside me, her hands trembling as she gripped her sword. Her resolve was as fragile as a spider's web, yet her heart burned with a fierce loyalty. She had lost so much already, her brother to the darkness, her home to the flames. "We must stand firm," she whispered, her voice a thread of steel woven through a tapestry of fear. I could see the storm brewing in her emerald eyes, a tempest of rage and sorrow that threatened to engulf her. "Firm?" I scoffed, the word tasting bitter on my tongue.
"Do you even see what's coming?"
"A tide of darkness, and we're just 2 grains of sand on the shore." The words felt like knives, cutting deep, but I couldn't help it. Panic clawed at my insides, a ravenous beast demanding to be fed with despair. But Elena stepped closer, a flicker of defiance igniting in her heart. "Then let's be the storm that breaks the shore," she challenged, and for a moment, I could almost believe her. But I was haunted by my own memories, a carousel of loss spinning mercilessly in my mind. The faces of friends, their laughter turning to echoes, their fate sealed and unknown. We stood in the shadows of the looming mountains, the ground trembling beneath us, as if the very earth was aware of the impending confrontation. There, crouched in the darkened corners of my mind, was the spectre of fear or the Nazgul. 9 once great men, turned into wraiths, hollow shells of their former selves, driven by a hunger that could never be sated. I could almost hear their whispers, a chilling melody that wrapped around my thoughts, promising power at a dreadful cost. "I remember," I murmured, letting the ghosts of my past seep into the present. "I remember how it felt to think I was invincible. How foolish I was." The words fell heavy between us, laced with regret. I had chased the thrill of glory, blinded by ambition. But now, with the weight of the rings pressing down on me, I felt that foolhardiness like a noose around my neck. Elena took a breath, steadying herself. "We are not alone," she said, and for a heart-stopping moment, I wished it were true. But the truth was a fragile thing, easily shattered. The remnants of an old alliance flickered like dying embers, and I could feel the dread creeping back in as the sky darkened, almost as if the day itself was surrendering to night. The clash of metal rang out, sharp and sudden, dragging me back to the present. My heart raced as I turned to see Cale emerge from the shadows, his demeanor tense, his sword drawn. "The enemy approaches," he spat, his voice low and dangerous. I remembered when he was just a boy, full of dreams and laughter. Now, his face was etched with scars, both seen and unseen, each one telling a tale of battles fought and lost. "Is it them?" I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. "The 9, he replied, and I felt a shudder pass through me. "Those wretched souls, enslaved to darkness, bound by an unseen tether to their master. They're coming for the rings, and they will leave nothing but ruin in their wake." A flash of memory ignited in me, the moment I'd first touched the ring of power. The rush, the thrill, the whispers promising everything I ever wanted. But none of it was free, each desire carved a piece of my soul, and I was left hollow, consumed by the very thing that had promised to make me whole. "We can't let them take them," I breathed, urgency tightening my chest. Elena nodded, her jaw set. "Then we fight, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who has fallen prey to their darkness." The shadows thickened, and I could almost hear the whispers of the wraiths, taunting, mocking. They were the echoes of ambition, reflecting the darkest corners of our souls. And yet, here we stood, mere mortals, ready to face the abyss. "Ready your hearts," Cale urged, his voice steady against the storm of fear. "For when the 9 arrive, it will not just be a battle for the rings, it will be a reckoning." As the ground trembled beneath us, I felt the weight of our choices hanging in the air, a palpable tension that clung to my skin. We were but 3 against an army of shadows, but in that moment, surrounded by darkness, I felt a flicker of light, a fragile, defiant spark. And then, the air grew still, pregnant with anticipation, as if time itself held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. I could almost taste the fear, a bitter tang on my tongue, and I knew this was just the beginning. The gathering of the rings was upon us, and the echoes of our choices would soon collide with the darkness that sought to consume us. I remember the weight of the moment, the fragile hope, the fear that screamed of our impending doom. It was a gathering of fate, and we stood at the center, poised on the edge of oblivion. The night was alive with whispers, shadows lurking in the corners of my mind, and as I lifted my sword, I felt the pulse of something greater, the heartbeat of a world hanging in the balance. And in that instant, I knew the fight had only just begun. The scream pierced the silence, raw and visceral, echoing through the darkened halls of Barad-dûr. A figure crumpled to the ground, the light of the torches flickering like dying stars, casting grotesque shadows that danced along the stone walls. I remember the way he fell, as if the weight of his choice had finally broken him, knees hitting the cold floor with a sickening thud. They had come too far, tasted too much power, to turn back now. But anguish clung to him like a shroud, and I could feel it, a palpable thing, heavy in the air. Khamûl, the shadow of a man he once was, stood above him, dark and looming, his presence suffocating. I remember his eyes, once bright with life, now hollow, like two endless voids craving the light they had long forsaken. The whispers of the ring called to him, seductive and merciless. It wasn't just power they sought, it was the promise of immortality, the allure of eternal dominion. And yet, somewhere beneath that darkness, I caught a glimpse of something else, a flicker of remorse, a ghost of the man who had loved and lost. He was one of them once, a king, a warrior, a man. But now the shadows had seeped into his very soul. I remember the blood on his hands, how it glistened under the feeble light, a testament to the lives he had taken in the name of Sauron. It felt like an albatross around his neck, dragging him deeper into the abyss. "What have we become?" he whispered, his voice cracking like ice beneath a weight too great to bear. And I, his companion in this dark descent, stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest, echoing the dread that tightened my throat. Azog, the third, was not far behind, caught in his own web of despair. He had grown weary of the endless night, of the ceaseless toil. I watched him, his hands trembled as he gripped his sword, a reminder of the glory days when he had danced on the battlefield like a god. There was a flicker of rebellion in his glance, a fleeting thought of escape, but it was swallowed whole by the shadows. "We're bound to this fate," he said, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "We are nothing without our chains." The words hung heavy in the air, a dirge for lost hopes and shattered dreams. The ring's whispers grew louder, a cacophony of promises and threats. I could feel the gnawing hunger inside me, the craving for that corrupting power. It coiled around my heart, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. "You want it, don't you?" Khamûl purred, his voice silky and dark. "Just a taste. Just a moment of glory." I felt a surge of anger, sharp and bright against the dull ache of despair. "Not this way!" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat like a feral beast. "Not like this." But even as the protest left my lips, doubt crept in, insidious and cunning. What did it matter anymore? The world was a wasteland, a theater of shadows, and we were its unwilling actors, forever trapped in a tragic play. I remember the night we lost ourselves, the moment we surrendered to the darkness. It came upon us like a thief, quiet and unseen, stealing our humanity one breath at a time. We were no longer kings, we were phantoms, cursed to wander the earth, forever searching for the light that had all but vanished. What did we fight for? Azog whispered into the void, his voice trembling. "What is left of us?" The ring pulsed with a life of its own, a heartbeat that resonated with our despair. Khamûl reached for it, fingers brushing against its cold surface, and in that instant, I saw the transformation begin. His flesh began to melt away, consumed by the insatiable hunger of the ring. "Join me," he commanded, and I felt the pull, the dark gravity of a shared fate. But a flicker of memory ignited in my mind, a sunbeam cutting through the darkness. I remembered the fields of our youth, laughter spilling like water, the warmth of kinship and love. I remembered the day we had stood together, swords raised against the tide of darkness, united in purpose. And the memory flickered, bright and painful, like a star dying in the vast emptiness of space. "Not yet," I breathed, desperation clawing at my insides. "There's still time. We can fight it." But Camul's eyes, those endless pools of despair, were already lost to the dark. He was no longer a man, he was a Nazgul, a wraith born from the depths of greed and sorrow. The moment was slipping away, a handful of sand pouring through my fingers, and I stood on the precipice of a choice that could forever seal my fate. The shadows converged around us, thick and suffocating, and I felt the chilling grip of despair wrap around my heart. Azog's laughter echoed, a haunting melody that reverberated through the dark. "Let go," he urged, and for a moment, just a moment, the weight of the world fell away. I could feel the allure, the promise of infinite power, of vengeance and control. But in the darkness, I found a flicker of hope, a spark that refused to be extinguished. "We are more than this," I asserted, my voice trembling but resolute. "We were once kings." I remember the way their gazes faltered, caught between the past and the seductive pull of the ring. Time hung heavy, a clock ticking down the seconds, the shadows whispering promises that clawed at our souls. I could feel the darkness closing in, and I knew the confrontation was inevitable. Camul's transformation was nearly complete, the echoes of the man he was fading into the abyss. I would have to fight, even as my heart ached with the weight of our shared history and the darkness that threatened to consume us all. And there we stood, at the edge of oblivion, a moment stretched thin, a breath suspended in time. The shadows whispered, the ring pulsed, and I knew that the choice was no longer mine alone. In this haunting silence, we faced our fears, our desires, and the bitter truth of our own corruption. The darkness loomed, and the night was far from over. The council chamber vibrated with an electric tension, the air thick with the weight of unspoken fears. Shadows flickered in the firelight, twisting into shapes that danced like specters on the stone walls. I could almost hear the whispers of the past echoing around me, the ghostly remnants of old alliances and betrayals fluttering through the air. And then there was Gandalf, his silver hair glinting like a moonbeam, eyes darkened by the burden he bore. He stood at the head of the table, clenching a staff that felt more like a lifeline than a weapon. I could see the worry etched into the lines of his face, a world teetering on the brink of despair. "Time is slipping away," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, but it cut through the silence like a sword. "Sauron prepares." I remember the way the words hung, heavy and suffocating, as if the very atmosphere was conspiring against us. The shadows shifted, and for a heartbeat, I thought I could see the Dark Lord's visage lurking just beyond the flickering light. Elrond sat nearby, his brow furrowed, an ancient sorrow etched into his features. He was a guardian of wisdom, yet here he was, wrestling with his own doubts. What can we do against a force that thrives on our fear? He spoke not just to Gandalf but to the ghosts of history, to the countless souls lost to Sauron's insatiable hunger. I could feel his heart breaking as he recalled every battle fought in vain, every ally betrayed. "We are not invincible, we bleed just as they do." I remember how I felt in that moment, paralyzed, caught between the crushing weight of history and the overwhelming urge to act. My own flaws clawed at me, a bitter reminder of my inadequacies. Could I bring anything of worth to this council? I was merely a shadow among giants, a flickering candle in a tempest. Yet as their eyes turned toward me, seeking hope, I felt a surge of desperation rise within. I was terrified. Terrified of failing. Terrified of being the reason we fell. Outside, the sky churned like a brewing storm, a portent of the chaos to come. I could hear the distant rumble of thunder, a reminder that time was slipping from our grasp. "We must rally the others," Gandalf urged, his voice rising, echoing against the stone walls. "Every creature of light must stand together. Sauron's eyes are everywhere, but so too is our strength." The thought of rallying the free people sent a tremor of resolve through me. I remembered the stories of old, the laughter of fireside tales, the power of unity. But the laughter felt distant now, overshadowed by the gravity of the moment. The shadows stretched across the chamber, teasing at my mind, reminding me of the toll this would take. A sudden noise, a crash, split the air, sending us all into a flurry. The great doors shuddered as if a giant had tested its strength, and for a moment, all was still, hearts stopped, breaths held. I could feel my pulse quickening, drumming a frantic rhythm in my ears. What was that? I gasped, the words fell from my lips as if they were a prayer. The doors burst open, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness, a silhouette against the dim light. "Sauron knows," said Saruman, his voice a silken thread weaving through our fear. "He has spies everywhere. We are being watched." His eyes gleamed with a cunning intelligence, but they were clouded by something darker, ambition, perhaps. I could sense his internal conflict, the struggle between allegiance to the council and the seductive whispers of power that beckoned to him like a siren's song. "Trust him." Elrond's voice trembled, a fragile thread of hope being frayed. "How can we trust one who has danced so close to darkness?" Saruman's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing beneath the surface, and I felt the push and pull of history's weight, the centuries of alliance and betrayal hanging heavy in the air. The tension crackled, a palpable energy that threatened to engulf us all. I stood on the precipice of decision, knowing that every word, every choice, could tip the scales. What if he's right? I blurted out, my heart racing. What if Sauron knows every move we make? "We counter with resolve," Gandalf replied, but even his voice trembled with uncertainty. "We gather our strength. We learn. We adapt." The firelight danced in his eyes, fierce and defiant. In that moment, I felt the echoes of 1,000 battles reverberate through my bones, the weight of choices made long ago. I remembered the sacrifices, the lives lost, the kindnesses forgotten. The memory of those who had fought and fallen pushed me forward, igniting a flicker of courage in my chest. We could not simply wait for doom to descend upon us like a shroud, we had to act. Then, amidst the turmoil, a single thought cut through the chaos, piercing my heart with its clarity. Hope is a fragile ember, but it can light a path through the darkest night. We would summon every ounce of courage we possessed, for the shadows were gathering like a storm, and we would stand against them, together. The room felt alive with the weight of our resolve, each heartbeat echoing like a drum. I could see it in their eyes, the flicker of determination, even in the face of despair. The battle was not just against Sauron, it was within ourselves. As the council convened to plot our fate, I knew the stakes were never just about power, they were about the last remnant of what it meant to be free. The walls whispered ancient secrets, the air thick with the weight of impending conflict, as we began to weave our plans like a tapestry. Outside, the storm broke, and the first raindrops fell, heavy and relentless, a warning that the time for action was now. Each drop felt like a heartbeat, a countdown to the inevitable clash of light and dark. And as we gathered our resolve, I sensed that this moment would resonate through eternity, a battle not just for the world, but for the very essence of hope itself. The wind howled through the desolate landscape, a wailing spectre carrying whispers of despair. Shadows danced like phantoms beneath a sickly moon that hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the crumbling ruins of a once great fortress. The air, thick with tension, crackled like dry leaves beneath heavy boots. Eldur was there, heart racing, each breath a labor as he pressed onward, urged by a haunting memory that lingered like a ghost, a face he couldn't forget, a name that twisted in his mind like a jagged knife, Elendil. "I can't lose her," he murmured, the words swallowed by the night. The thought of her, eyes bright and fierce, filled with a light that seemed to push back the darkness, drove him through the corrosive dread curling in his gut. Eldur had always been a coward. Not the kind that ran from shadows, but the kind that hid behind smiles while the world crumbled around him. What a pathetic thing to be, he thought bitterly. But now, as the soft footfalls of doom approached, he had no choice. He had traded his cowardice for a desperate courage, each heartbeat a drum summoning him to battle against the encroaching agents of Sauron. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and sinister. Aronda, a brother in arms but a rival in spirit, stepped into the dim light. "You're a fool to come here," he spat, voice dripping with contempt. "You think you can save her? She's gone, Eldur. A pawn in a game too vast for you." Eldur's chest tightened, a vice of fear and resolve. "I remember the last time I let someone down. I won't let it happen again." A flicker of pain crossed Aronda's face, but it was quickly masked by his bravado. They had both lost comrades, friends, pieces of themselves to this relentless war. Shadows twisted around them, thick as fog, and the ground felt alive with the whispers of the dead. A chill swept through Eldur, the realization dawned like a thunderclap in the stillness. Sauron was searching. Always searching. The ring was lost among them, a curse that had driven men mad and torn worlds apart. I can't lose her, he repeated, but the words now felt fragile, like glass on the verge of shattering. What if she is dead? Aronda's voice was suddenly softer, almost empathetic. What if you find her, but she is not the same? What if she looks at you like you are a stranger? Time slowed. Eldor's breath caught, every moment stretching like taffy pulled too thin. Memories of Elendil flooded his mind, the laughter, the warmth, the dreams they spun together like gilded thread. Each thought was a dagger, twisting. No, he whispered, she will be the same. But doubt crept in, insidious as the dark clouds gathering overhead. Could he still find her? What if he was too late? From the depths of the shadows, a low laughter bubbled up, dark and cruel. Eldor clenched his fists, the sound wrapping around him like chains. The agents of Sauron were near, lurking, drawn to the flicker of hope like moths to a flame. A moment stretched, a heartbeat echoing, vibrating against the stillness. Then, with a shriek, a creature burst forth, eyes glinting like obsidian, teeth sharp and yellow. Aronda lunged, sword flashing, but Eldor felt paralyzed, rooted to the spot by the weight of despair. Move! Aronda shouted, an instinct kicked in. Eldor darted forward, adrenaline surging through his veins. Their clash with darkness had begun. The creature fought with a ferocity that was terrifying and alien, a living embodiment of Sauron's malice. Eldor fought alongside Aronda, the two of them becoming a flurry of steel and fury. Blood and sweat mingled, the metallic tang filling the air as they battled against the encroaching tide of shadows. Each strike felt like a prayer, a desperate plea for Elendil's safety. But in the chaos, a deep-seated fear clawed at Eldor's mind. What if this was all for naught? What if he found her only to see that Sauron's grip had warped her into something monstrous? I remember, he gasped between blows. I remember her smile. No darkness can take that from me. But doubt was a cruel mistress, planting seeds of confusion. They stood on an edge, teetering between hope and despair, and the abyss beckoned with a chilling whisper. Suddenly, the creature lunged at Eldor, fangs bared. He barely dodged, adrenaline surging as he fell back against the cold stone wall. The shadows seemed to pulse around him, the walls echoing the raw terror coursing through his veins. Panic threatened to drown him. And then, amidst the chaos, he heard it, a voice, soft and insistent, threaded through the storm of battle. Eldor, the name wrapped around him, a lifeline in the dark. It was Elendil's voice, a fragile beacon that pierced through the howling winds of despair. Desperation propelled him forward, he couldn't stop now. Eldor! Aronda's shout snapped him back, reality crashing like waves against the shore. Focus! We have to end this. With renewed resolve, Eldor swung his sword, the blade glinting in the moonlight. The creature fell, a wretched howl escaping its lips as it crumpled into the shadows, leaving behind a silence that echoed with dread. But the victory was hollow as dread settled in his bones. Where are you, Elendil? He whispered into the void, the silence consuming his soul. The search had only just begun, but the spectre of failure loomed large. Somewhere, beneath the weight of Sauron's shadow, Elendil was fighting her own battle. And as the last echoes of the creature faded, Eldor knew. The true darkness was yet to come. The shadows of Mordor stretched long, clawing at the sky like the gnarled fingers of a dying creature. A thunderous roar erupted from the blackened mountain, the Dark Lord's voice, a chilling reminder of the darkness gathering like a storm. I stood in the haze, heart racing, pulse pounding like a war drum. The stench of fear clung to the air, a bitter tang that tasted of broken dreams and lost hope. Faramir, Knight Commander of Gondor's defenses, felt the weight of his father's shadow pressing down on him like a shroud. He stood at the edge of a crumbled parapet, eyes fixed on the distant horizon, where flames licked at the sky. I will not fail, he whispered, though doubt gnawed at him like a rat chewing through a sack of grain. Every breath tasted of ash, every moment echoed with the screams of the fallen. He could still hear them, the echoes of his brother Boromir, who had ventured to the very brink of despair. Protect the city, protect the people, he had urged, but Boromir was now a memory, a ghost that haunted Faramir's every decision. The ring must be found, Faramir muttered to himself, the words spilling out like a prayer. Its allure was a siren's call, each whisper promising power, control, a chance to prove himself to a father who would never love him. The ring was a burden, and yet it shimmered in his mind like a jewel in darkness, seductive, treacherous. He had seen its power corrupt the strongest of hearts. But what if it corrupts me? The thought was a fluttering moth, drawing closer to the flame of his ambition, threatening to set him ablaze. Across the plains, Eowyn, shield maiden of Rohan, felt the tension tighten around her like a noose. She had sworn to fight, to defend her people, but the weight of her isolation crushed her spirit. The men looked at her with pity, their gazes heavy laden with unspoken words. "You're too precious to lose," they said, as if her worth was measured only by her ability to bear children, to weave the fabric of family. But she yearned for more, a freedom carved in blood and steel. "I will not be a mere ghost," she vowed, her heart a fierce tempest. "I will carve my name into the annals of history, one way or another." And in the shadows, Sauron plotted, a dark architect of chaos. His mind was a labyrinth of malice, each turn leading to deeper despair. The time is ripe, he thought, the very essence of his being vibrating with anticipation. The armies of orcs and dark creatures gathered like a storm cloud, thick and ominous. "I will bring this world to its knees." His plans were intricate, a tapestry woven with threads of manipulation and fear. He knew the hearts of men, how easy it was to twist their desires, their weaknesses into weapons against them. Faramir, strong yet faltering, Eowyn, fierce yet burdened, he mused, relishing the exquisite agony he could sow in their hearts. "I shall turn hope into despair." He envisioned the moment when the walls of Gondor would tremble under the weight of his onslaught, and those who stood upon them would be reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. As dawn bled into dusk, the air thickened with tension. Faramir paced the battlements, haunted by visions of his brother's fall. "What if I am unworthy?" The thought twisted in his gut like a blade. He could feel Sauron's gaze piercing through the swirling fog, the malevolent presence gnawing at his resolve. He clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms, wishing he could silence the chaos there. "I remember the laughter we shared, the dreams we chased," he thought bitterly. "But now, all I have is this haunted fortress." Eowyn watched from a distance, heart aching with a fire that burned purely for battle, yet felt the chains of expectation holding her back. "I will not hide behind walls," she cried out, her voice rising like a phoenix, fierce and defiant. "I will not let the darkness swallow me whole." The weight of her solitude pressed down harder, but the flicker of hope within her ignited. "I will face the darkness. I will be the sword that shatters the night." But even as they prepared to confront Sauron's dark designs, the shadows whispered tales of failure, of hearts lost, of souls consumed. The clock of fate ticked ominously, each tick a reminder of the moment stolen by fear. Time felt warped, like a dream where one can never reach the shore, always swimming, always fighting against the current. The stars above seemed to mock them, distant and uncaring, as they stood upon the precipice of a battle that would determine not just their fates, but the fate of all Middle-earth. Faramir gazed into the abyss of night, feeling the raw ache of uncertainty. "What will be left of me?" he wondered, his heart a pendulum swinging between hope and despair. "What if I am the one who leads us into darkness?" Yet, deep within, a flicker of courage ignited. "I will not let fear claim me," he vowed, a promise etched in the marrow of his bones. Sauron's laughter echoed in the wind, a chilling reminder that he was always watching, always waiting, ready to pounce on the slightest crack in their resolve. The air crackled with tension, a tempest of emotion swirling between them, fear, anger, hope, despair, each one a weapon forged in the furnace of their hearts. Eowyn clenched her sword, the cold steel breathing life into her resolve. "The darkness cannot claim me," she whispered, staring into the blackened sky as if daring it to challenge her. "This is my story, and I will write it with blood and fire." With a final breath, they prepared for the inevitable clash against the gathering storm. The moment hung like a fragile thread, taut and trembling, a single breath before the plunge into chaos, where destiny awaited with bated breath. and as they stepped into the fray, shadows loomed, and the lines between hero and villain began to blur, leading them all toward an uncertain tomorrow. A cold wind howled through the cracked walls of Minas Tirith, its mournful cry echoing the dread that coiled around every heart within the city. The sky was a tumultuous sea of black clouds, swollen with the promise of dread. I stood atop the walls, my fingers trembling against the stone, and as I stared out toward the horizon, I couldn't help but choke on the bitter taste of despair. They were coming. The shadows of Sauron loomed like a dark tapestry, stretching far beyond the reach of our greatest fears. Boromir! I whispered, the name a ghost that hung heavily in the air. Memories of his fierce loyalty and rugged laughter pierced through the fog of sorrow, but even those comforting thoughts felt like a fading echo. I remember the way he used to look at me, those deep-set eyes filled with unyielding determination. Was it strength he showed, or was it merely the weight of duty that pulled him under? But he was gone, lost to the chaos, and here I was, left to face the abyss. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a prelude to the thunder of war. Soldiers gathered, their faces pale, eyes wide, like deer caught in the clutches of a hunter. They clutched their swords, hands shaking, uncertain if they were prepared to face the darkness. I could feel the heaviness in the air, a thick, suffocating fog of anxiety. Every heartbeat echoed with the question, how many would fall today? Faramir! My voice was raw, a desperate plea. My brother, my light in this engulfing night, stood at the edge of the battlements, his face a mask of grim resolve. I could see the shadows beneath his eyes, a reflection of the weight he was forced to carry. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back into safety, but even in that moment, I was paralyzed by the gravity of fate. We were soldiers, brothers bound not just by blood but by the relentless expectations of our lineage. Do you hear it? He asked, voice barely a whisper over the gathering storm. The drums of war. They march for blood. Fear coiled around us, tightening like a noose. We can't give in, he continued, but his eyes betrayed him. I could see the tremor there, the flicker of doubt. We must stand, must fight. Fight. I echoed, hollow laughter mixing with tears. What is there left to fight for? The city felt like a cage, walls closing in with every heartbeat. Our enemies were not just the orcs and the specters of the Dark Lord, they were the ghosts of our past. Every choice that had led us here weighted with regret. What if we fail? Then we die, brother, Faramir answered, as though the answer was simple, and yet, we both understood the truth nestled deep within. Death might not be the worst fate. I remembered the stories, the whispered legends of men who had fought and lost everything, who walked beneath the weight of their failures, haunted by the shadows of what could have been. Then came the first screams, piercing, shrill, splintering the air like shattering glass. I was yanked back to the moment, adrenaline coursing through my veins as the gate shuddered under the weight of an onslaught. Orcs surged forward, a tide of grotesque bodies, their eyes glinting with the madness of bloodlust. They were a grotesque parody of warriors, driven by rage and darkness. Stand firm! Faramir roared, voice rising above the cacophony, and I felt my heart leap. His courage ignited something in me, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching despair. I gripped my sword tighter, knuckles white, and surged forward beside him. But even my resolve felt frail, like paper in a storm. The clash of steel rang like a death knell, reverberating through the very stones of Minas Tirith. I fought like a man possessed, each swing a desperate attempt to carve a path through the chaos, yet with every blade that fell, I felt pieces of myself shatter. I remembered dreams of home, of laughter and warmth, and they slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. Faramir! I shouted, my voice breaking, but the din of battle swallowed my words. I could see him, fighting valiantly, his spirit a beacon against the darkness. And yet, there was a flicker of vulnerability behind his eyes. He fought not just for victory, but for redemption, the desire to prove himself worthy of our father's legacy. I ached for him, wanting to tell him it was okay to falter. What if we run? I thought, but the truth struck like a blade. There was nowhere to run. This was our stand, our last rally against the tide. We were trapped in time, the very fabric of our existence warped around a singular moment, the moment of choice, the moment of sacrifice. With each passing second, the walls of Minas Tirith seemed to wail in anticipation, the stone steeped in the blood of history. I could feel the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of the collective fear and hope entwined. The air smelled of smoke and sweat, the metallic scent of blood mingling with the sharp tang of desperation. Every breath felt like a battle, a struggle against inevitability. "Together, brother!" Faramir shouted, and I found strength in his words. We surged forward, side by side, blades flashing in the dying light. The world around us blurred into a symphony of chaos, the cries of the wounded, the thunderous clash of weapons, the earth trembling beneath our feet. Each moment stretched into eternity, a tapestry woven with the threads of valor and sorrow. But as I fought, I felt the weight of every choice weighing down on me, the haunting echoes of dreams unfulfilled filling my mind. I remembered, yes, I remembered, the laughter of simpler days, the warmth of the sun, and the quiet moments shared. I could feel the ghosts of those we lost lingering at the edges of my consciousness, their presence both a comfort and a curse. And then, as if the very heavens wept, a dark figure emerged from the storm, a towering silhouette, a harbinger of despair. Sauron's might had come to claim its due. The air crackled with tension, even the bravest men faltered. My heart raced as I faced the embodiment of every fear, every regret, and in that instant, I understood. This was not merely a battle for survival, it was a reckoning with the very essence of ourselves. As the darkness descended, I grasped my sword tighter, ready to face whatever fate awaited, knowing that though we may fall, our spirits would linger, echoes in the wind, whispers of hope against the suffocating night. This fight was not merely ours, it belonged to every man, woman, and child who had ever dared to dream of a brighter dawn. And as the storm gathered, I felt the pulse of life around me, the heartbeat of defiance against the overwhelming void, and I knew we had not yet surrendered. The air was thick with dread, a silence so profound it pressed against my lungs. The city of Minas Tirith stood before me, a white sentinel against the encroaching darkness. I remember the distant rumble, like thunder rolling in from some hidden hell. I remember the sky, bruised and swollen, pregnant with doom. The moment hung in the balance, a fragile thread, ready to snap at the slightest tremor. I could taste the fear now, metallic and sharp, mingling with the lingering aroma of sweat and ash. Eowyn stood beside me, her eyes fierce, blazing like the sun fighting to break through the thickest storm clouds. She had donned the armor of a warrior, but I could see the tremor in her hands. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her brow, betraying her, even as her voice rang out, "They come!" I remember her courage clashing against an ocean of doubt, a storm within. She was a lioness, but even lions can tremble in the face of what lies ahead. "Then we fight," I said, trying to inject strength into my own quaking heart. My voice wavered, but in those words, there was a promise. I remember how the ground vibrated beneath us, a dark promise of what Sauron had unleashed. A wave of blackness rushed forth, and in that moment, I felt the shadows wrap around my soul, a cold embrace that spoke of despair and death. Legolas stood at the edge, his bow drawn, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching gloom. His features were carved from the very light that seemed to be fading. "They come," he echoed, his tone low and chilling. The weight of eternity hung heavy on his shoulders. I remember the way he scanned the horizon, searching for the flicker of hope, the light that dimmed with each passing heartbeat. The first scream tore through the air, a banshee's wail, a cry soaked in terror. It was then that the sky darkened, not with clouds but with the wings of the Nazgul, the harbingers of despair. I felt the very marrow of my bones quake in response. Those creatures were death incarnate, and every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide away from the horror. I could see the eyes of the soldiers around us, wide, reflecting the terror of 1,000 forgotten nightmares. But there was no time to flee. The gates of Minas Tirith stood tall, a bastion against malevolence, and we were all that lay between survival and annihilation. I remember how the weight of responsibility settled upon me like a mantle of iron. I was a coward, yet here I stood, grasping at courage like a drowning man clutching at straws. "Hold the line," a voice bellowed, the sound reverberating like a drumbeat. It was a call to arms, but its echo was filled with desperation. I recognized the voice. It was the voice of a man whose heart was full of hope, yet whose fate seemed engraved in the blood-soaked earth beneath our feet. A surge of warriors rushed forward, their faces obscured by fear, yet illuminated by a flickering flame of determination. I remember the chaos, the clash of steel against steel, the guttural growls of the orcs that surged forth like a tidal wave of darkness. The battlefield twisted into a macabre ballet, a dance of death under the ominous watch of the dark sky. Eowyn moved like a spectre, her sword slicing through the night. I could see the rage in her eyes, the fierce desire to protect what was left of her home, her people. She was a warrior, yes, but she was also a woman carrying the weight of loss, her heart shackled to the ghosts of the past. "Let them come," she whispered fiercely, and I could taste her defiance like a bitter wine on my lips. But as the battle roared around us, I felt the swell of despair creeping into the corners of my mind. I remember the faces of my fallen brothers, their laughter echoing in my ears like a haunting melody.
Would I join them soon? Would I become just another ghost in this endless cycle of death?
And then the Witch King appeared, a figure cloaked in shadows, a promise of doom incarnate. His laugh chilled me to the core, a sound that stirred the very fabric of fear within me. I could see him stride through the chaos, an unstoppable force, a tempest that devoured the light. My heart raced as I realized that he was not just here to fight, he had come to claim souls, to extinguish hope. "Foolish mortals," he shrieked, his voice like ice scraping against bone. My breath caught, and for a brief moment, the world around me dissolved, leaving only the chilling truth of his words. We were but specks in his grand design, mere toys in the hands of fate. But then I saw Eowyn, fierce and unyielding. I saw Legolas, bow taut, ready to release arrows that sang with defiance. I felt the warmth of my comrades beside me, their hearts beating, desperate and alive. In that moment, time slowed. I remember how the chaos faded into a whisper, and I understood that we were not alone, even in the face of such unspeakable darkness. Together, I breathed, the word barely a whisper, yet it resonated like a battle cry. My heart pounded not just with fear but with a resolve that ignited a fire deep within my spirit. We would face the darkness together, and though fear would always linger, we would not allow it to consume us. In that heartbeat, I knew. Even as the tide shifted and our enemies surged, even as shadows threatened to swallow us whole, we would stand against the abyss. I remember the fire in our eyes, the courage in our hearts, a flickering light against an overwhelming darkness. And so we rushed into the storm, the shadows swirling, the cries of battle mingling with the whispers of the fallen. I felt the grip of destiny tighten, and in that moment of despair and defiance, we became more than warriors. We became a force, a heartbeat against the tide of oblivion. The clash of swords rang out like a symphony of desperation, drowning out the ghosts of doubts. I could still taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue, but alongside it blossomed the sweet ache of hope. We would not falter. We would not fall. And as the storm surged forth, I knew that the battle was far from over. The darkness had only just begun to unfurl its terrible wings. The echoes of our resolve would resonate, not just through this moment, but through eternity. And even now, the battle raged on, the heart of men and women fighting against the dark, chanting a prayer into the void. The air in Edoras was thick with despair, as if the very sky above had wept for days on end. Each drop of rain that fell felt like a hammer striking the anvil of fate. I stood in the shadow of Meduseld, the great hall, where the weight of the world bore down like a mountain crushing bones. The scent of damp earth mingled with a bitter tang, the kind that clings to your tongue long after the taste of defeat. It was the quiet before the storm, a silence that screamed of horrors yet to come. Theoden, king of Rohan, was a man caught in the grip of shadows. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of a flame that had once burned bright, now choked by the darkness creeping ever closer. His face was lined, a map of battles fought and lost, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of an enemy who thrived on despair. He stood there, head bowed, hands clenched so tightly around his sword that the knuckles turned white, as if the blade could somehow protect him from the oncoming tide of darkness spilling from Mordor. And yet, I could sense the flicker of hope within him, a stubborn ember refusing to be snuffed out. I remember the first time I met him. He was a king in full glory, radiating strength, not merely a man but the essence of his people.
Now?
Now he was an echo of his former self, a ghost haunting the very halls that had once echoed with laughter and song. Theoden, I whispered, my voice barely cutting through the weight of the air. You must rise. For them. For us. But he didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the dark clouds gathered, pregnant with promise of the storm to come. I could see the flickering shadows of his past dancing in his eyes, the faces of his fallen kin, the laughter of his beloved Eowyn, the faint memories of a time when the land flourished beneath a sun that seemed eternal. And then there was Eowyn, his niece, warrior of Rohan, fierce and unyielding, yet so achingly fragile. I watched her as she paced the hall like a lioness in a cage, her silver hair cascading around her shoulders, the fire in her heart a brilliant contrast to the encroaching gloom. She had always been the wild spirit of Rohan, the storm that refused to be tamed. But now, that storm was a tempest of pain and desperation, swirling around her, threatening to consume her whole. "Uncle, you cannot give in," she cried, her voice a mixture of fury and sorrow. "We are not yet defeated. Fight! Fight for your people." The words hung in the air like a fragile glass ornament, beautiful yet perilously close to shattering. I felt the weight of her plea, the desperation echoing in my own heart. I wanted to scream with her, to shake sense into the king who had once been a beacon. But as I looked at Theoden, I saw a man who had lost so much, fear clawing at him like a ravenous beast, whispering insidious doubts into his ear. I remember the night's chill as it crept in through the cracks, a reminder of death's inevitability. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones, wrapping around your heart, squeezing until the warmth within wanes. Sauron's sway stretched across the land like a dark cloud, his influence a twisted vine wrapping tighter around the hearts of men, strangling hope. The wind howled outside, carrying with it the cries of the damned, ghosts of the fallen, cries that seemed to echo through time itself. "Help us! Save us!" It was a chorus that haunted my dreams, their faces twisted in agony, yearning for release from the bondage of despair. "Do you not see?" I urged Theoden, desperation spilling from my lips. "They need you. Rohan needs you. You are more than a king, you are their spirit." His eyes flickered toward me, and in that instant, I saw it, the glimmer of recognition, the sliver of courage that had once defined him. But it was fleeting, like a candle's flame in a tempest, and his gaze fell back to the floor, dulled and defeated. Then the doors of Meduseld burst open, and in strode a shadow that seemed to swallow the light itself. Grima Wormtongue, a serpent with a silver tongue, slithered into the room, his presence a dark stain on the fabric of hope. He cast a glance at Eowyn, a smirk curling his lips, and for a heartbeat, the world felt suspended in time, the air thick with tension, as if the very walls held their breath. "Your uncle is lost, my lady," he crooned, his voice dripping with venom. "Why do you waste your breath? He is but a shell now, a relic of a forgotten time." I felt the rage bubble beneath my skin, boiling over like a cauldron teetering on the edge of destruction. How dare he? The audacity of evil in its most insipid form. But before I could speak, Eowyn's voice cut through the thick air, sharp as a blade. "Leave us, Grima. You are a coward, hiding behind whispers and lies." The intensity of her defiance ignited something in me, a flicker of rebellion against the encroaching darkness. I could feel Theoden's presence shifting, shaking off the chains that had bound him for too long. The shadows flickered in the corners of the hall, but they were not impenetrable, they danced with uncertainty now. Then, the memory of a battle long fought surged through me, how we had faced darkness before, how we had risen against insurmountable odds. I remembered the strength of unity, of standing shoulder to shoulder with warriors, of the resolve that surged when hope seemed lost. "Remember the dawn, Theoden!" I shouted, my voice echoing in defiance against the storm. "Remember who you are. You are the king of Rohan, and the dawn shall break again." Perhaps it was the desperation in my voice, perhaps it was the fire in Eowyn's heart, but in that moment, the flicker ignited into a blaze within Theoden. I watched as he straightened, the fire rekindling in his eyes, a flame that reflected the courage of his ancestors. But even as hope surged, the darkness loomed closer, ready to strike with merciless fury. Sauron's hand was heavy upon the land, and the sound of distant drums echoed in the winds, a prelude to the inevitable clash between light and darkness. Rohan will not fall, Theoden declared, his voice rising like the clash of swords. Not while I draw breath. And in that moment, the air shifted, charged with electricity. The storm was no longer just an impending threat, it was a call to arms. The battle for Rohan had begun, and with it, the fate of the free peoples hung in the balance, trembling on the edge of a knife. In the depths of my heart, I knew this was only the beginning. As we prepared to face the darkness head-on, I felt the echoes of loss mingling with the promise of battle. The night was far from over, and every heartbeat brought us closer to the confrontation that would decide our fates. As I stood with Theoden and Eowyn, the weight of the storm grew ever closer, but so too did the unyielding spirit of Rohan. Hope flickered, a fragile flame in the enveloping darkness, and as I held on, I realized that the echoes of our struggles would resonate long after the battles were fought. And as the shadows loomed, I clung tightly to that ember, for it was all we had left. The air crackled with anticipation, thick as the smoke that spiraled up from the dying embers of the world. A blackened sky loomed overhead, bruised and swollen like a heart filled with dark secrets. I stood on the precipice, the jagged edge of a cliff overlooking the desolation below, a barren wasteland where hope had withered like the last leaf of autumn, clinging desperately to a tree long dead. It was here, so close to Mount Doom, that the weight of destiny pressed down on my chest, suffocating me in a cloak of dread and foreboding. I remember the first time I felt it, the raw ache of fear mixed with an intoxicating thrill. It was more than just a quest, it was a reckoning. The ground trembled beneath my feet as if the very earth itself was aware, reverberating with the heartbeat of a dark lord who stirred once more. Sauron's name, a whisper carried by the wind, danced in the shadows like a ghost desperate to reclaim its lost power. The urgency of the moment wrapped around me like an iron shackle, threatening to pull me down into the abyss. To my left, Frodo stood, his eyes wide and haunted, reflecting a soul burdened by the weight of an entire world. I could see the flicker of determination battling against despair, like a candle struggling against the wind. It was a look I knew too well, the look of someone who understood that the road ahead would be paved with heartache and sacrifice. His fingers trembled around the ring, a cursed treasure that whispered promises of power while gnawing at his sanity. I wanted to reach out, to offer him solace, but the words twisted in my throat, caught in a tangle of fear for his fragile spirit. "Are you ready?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, as if the very mountains would judge us for the choice we were about to make. The question hung heavy in the air, pregnant with uncertainty. I wanted him to say yes, to find the strength to defy the darkness, but deep down, I feared the answer would be a resounding no. "I don't know," Frodo replied, his voice cracking like brittle glass. "Sometimes I think it would be easier to just let go." A part of me screamed at him to fight, to cling to the flicker of hope, but I understood the depths of his despair. I had danced on the edge of that chasm before, an intoxicating pull that promised liberation but offered only the void. A rustle in the shadows broke the fragile silence, and my heart raced. Gollum emerged, his eyes glinting with a manic hunger, a fractured soul torn between loyalty and obsession. He was both guide and curse, oscillating like a pendulum between the two. "The precious," he hissed, his voice a guttural rasp that sent chills down my spine. "We must go to the mountain." Yes, the mountain. Gollum's madness was infectious, clawing at the walls of my sanity. I could feel the pull of the ring, its presence a seductive whisper that beckoned me closer. I thought of power, of dominion, of the intoxicating thrill that came with it. But with that thought came the memories, the screams of the innocent, the ashes of lost lives swirling in the wind, the haunting realization that every step toward the ring was a step away from myself. "Frodo, don't let it take you," I urged, desperation lacing my words. "It will devour everything you are." I saw the flicker of conflict in his eyes, a ghostly battle between desire and self-preservation. We were both trapped in this dreadful game, pawns on a board set by a malevolent hand. As we descended toward the mountain, the atmosphere thickened. The air reeked of sulfur and despair, a suffocating blanket that whispered of the horrors that lay ahead. The ground beneath our feet shifted, each step an echo of impending doom. I could feel Sauron's gaze, a tangible force that pressed down on us, relentless and all-consuming. He watched, he waited, his laughter echoing in the caverns of my mind, an unholy symphony that drowned out all hope. And then, there it was, the shadow of Mount Doom, towering above us like a malevolent deity. Its peak was wreathed in fire and ash, a blood-red glow that pulsed like a heart in the throes of death. I could almost hear the mountain calling, a siren song weaving through the air, taunting us with promises of greatness. It was a treacherous invitation that held the weight of eternity, and I felt the pull of fate tightening around my throat. "Keep moving," I urged, the words spilling out in a frantic rush. "We can't stop now." But the fatigue clawed at my limbs, an insidious weight that spoke of surrender. I glanced at Frodo, his face etched with determination and fear, and I knew we were teetering on the brink of a precipice, both physical and emotional. "Sam," he breathed, his voice almost lost in the cacophony of our own thoughts. "What if we fail?" The question hung in the air, heavy and drenched in despair. It clawed at my heart, a reminder of the stakes, of the lives entwined with our quest. "We won't," I replied, the conviction in my voice a fragile mask hiding the turmoil within. I had to believe it, for both our sakes. But as we approached the mountain, I could feel the whispers of doubt creeping in, shadows dancing at the corners of my mind. The ground shook, a tremor that seemed to resonate with Sauron's anticipation, his malevolence clawing at our sanity. Every heartbeat echoed the uncertainty of our fate. And then, from the depths of the shadows, a howl rose, a sound so primal and filled with anguish that it chilled me to my core. The darkness was coming. My throat tightened as I gripped Frodo's shoulder, the warmth of his skin a reminder of the humanity we were fighting to preserve. The mountain had awakened. We had entered the realm of nightmares, and Sauron was watching, waiting for us to falter. Together, I whispered, though I felt the tremors of doubt in my own heart. We were bound by a fragile thread, a connection forged in the fires of fear and hope. The journey was far from over, and the shadows were growing deeper, the path ahead entwined with peril. As we pressed on, I felt the air thickening, the anticipation wrapping around us like a vice, squeezing tighter with every step toward Mount Doom. The darkness loomed, and with it, the possibility of annihilation, both of ourselves and the world we knew. And deep, deep down, I knew that Sauron's anticipation was but a reflection of our own desperate fears, the echoes of our choices resonating through time and space. The mountain called, and we could only answer. The shadows swallowed them whole, a suffocating blanket of darkness clinging to Frodo and Sam as they stepped foot into Mordor. The air, thick with sulfur and despair, crawled down their throats and wrapped around their hearts like a vice. It was not just the oppressive weight of the land that bore down upon them, it was the realization that hope, the fragile, flickering flame they clung to, was at the mercy of the encroaching gloom. Each footfall echoed in the silence, a haunting reminder that they were intruders in a realm where every moment could be their last. "I remember the Shire," Frodo whispered, his voice barely more than a breath, trembling with nostalgia. The way the sun lit up the fields, the laughter of the children, how simple it all was. His eyes, usually bright with determination, now mirrored the desolation around them, as if the very essence of their homeland was being suffocated by the dark. Sam, trudging beside him, felt that familiar pang of helplessness. He longed to pull Frodo back, to shield him with his own strength, but every step deeper into this realm felt like cutting the last thread of safety that bound them to home. "I remember," Sam's voice cracked, the weight of his own memories crashing over him like a tidal wave. "I remember the first time I tasted a ripe tomato from our garden, how it burst sweet on my tongue." The stark contrast of those warm memories against the cold, barren landscape around them stung like a slap. They were just two hobbits, two ordinary souls caught in a nightmare, yet the enormity of their task hovered above them, a cruel spectre that wouldn't let them rest. A distant rumble echoed, sending tremors through the ground, and Frodo stumbled. What was that? Panic clawed at his throat, and for a moment, the fear in his eyes threatened to consume him. Sam grasped his shoulder, grounding him, steadying both their hearts as they breathed in sync with the ominous pulse of Mordor. "Could be nothing," Sam murmured, though his own heart drummed a frantic rhythm against his chest. "Or it could be something. But we'll handle it. Together." There was a fragility in his assurance, like a thin thread that could snap with the slightest tension. They pressed on, the land around them twisting into grotesque shapes, shadows dancing menacingly at the corners of their visions. The blackened hills loomed, sharp and jagged like the teeth of a beast ready to devour them whole. Frodo's grip tightened around the ring, the evil thing that weighed heavier than any burden he'd ever known. It pulsed with a life of its own, whispering sweetly, seductively, promising power and safety if only he would yield. "Just put me on, Frodo," it hissed. "Let me protect you." He fought against the seductive pull, his thoughts spiraling, memories colliding. I can't lose myself," he murmured as he tightened his hold, his knuckles pale and strained. He looked at Sam, who had been a steadfast anchor, a reminder of light amidst the consuming dark. But doubt crept in, gnawing at the edges of Frodo's resolve. What if I can't do this? He felt exposed, vulnerable, as if the very walls of Mordor were closing in, suffocating him. Sam's heart twisted at the sight of Frodo, the bravest soul he had ever known, so lost in uncertainty. "We can, Mr. Frodo. We have to." Sam's voice was fierce, defiant against the shadows that threatened to engulf them both. "You're not alone. I won't let you go." The promise hung in the air, heavy and unbreakable. But silence answered them, an eerie, almost mocking stillness that settled over the land. Then, a flicker of movement. From the darkness emerged a figure, half hidden behind the rocks, cloaked in shadow and malice. Frodo's heart raced, the sensation of dread pooling in his stomach like a lead weight. The air crackled with tension, thickening like fog. "Who dares tread upon the lands of Mordor?" The voice was low, guttural, a windstorm of malice that seeped into their bones. Sam stepped instinctively closer to Frodo, instinct screaming at him to protect. I remember, Frodo's voice was barely audible, a whispered echo of defiance. "I remember why we're here." He breathed, connecting to that memory, that flickering flame of hope, of purpose. He straightened, pushing back against the encroaching darkness, the fear pulsing through him like an electric current. "Mordor may want to consume us, but we will fight back." He felt the weight of the ring at his neck, a noose tightening, and yet he did not falter. A chilling laugh erupted from the figure, as dark as the void around them. "Fight? You are but two little hobbits, lost in a land that seeks to destroy your very essence. What hope do you think you have?" "I have hope," Sam shouted, his voice ringing with an urgency that resonated through the air. "Hope is stronger than fear. Hope is the reason we walk, the reason we live." Frodo felt the heat of Sam's conviction seep into his own heart, igniting a fire that had dimmed within him. Together, they stood against the darkness, two small figures against the monstrous backdrop of despair. They were not just bearers of a cursed ring, they were the embodiment of a fragile hope, flickering but refusing to be snuffed out. "This is our land too, you shadow!" Frodo yelled, his voice echoing against the cliffs, a challenge thrown into the abyss. "We will not bow. We will not break." And for the first time, in the heart of darkness, he felt a surge of strength, a tethering to something greater than himself. But the figure only sneered, the shadows swirling hungrily around it as if anticipating the feast. "Then come forth, ring-bearer. Let us see how long your fragile hope lasts." And just like that, the battle had begun, not of swords or shields, but of spirit and resolve. In that hot, suffocating moment, with shadows encroaching and despair clawing at their throats, Frodo and Sam readied themselves to fight, not just for the fate of Middle-earth, but for the flickering light that remained within them, the unyielding bond of friendship that had brought them this far. The darkness loomed, but so did the promise of dawn. And as they stood on the brink, hearts pounding, hope ignited anew, whispering fiercely against the void. The deep chill of the night wrapped around Gollum like a shroud, an icy embrace that whispered of his solitude, of shadows lurking just beyond his field of vision. He clutched the ring, that cursed treasure, with trembling fingers, its cold metal biting into his palm like a lover scorned. Each pulse of the dark trinket radiated a grasping hunger, a voice that promised him everything and nothing. Rain began to fall, heavy drumming that echoed the rapid beating of his heart. He had done things, terrible things, but surrendering to the ring's call was the most damning. "Not far now," he muttered to himself, his voice broken, a gravelly whisper that barely cut through the storm. "Take it to him, yes, take it to Master. He will love Gollum again." But the master was different now, wrapped in a shroud of shadow and malice. Gollum could feel the darkness simmering beneath the surface of every smile, every word that dripped with false affection. A twig snapped in the distance, and Gollum froze, his breath caught in his throat, a tiny, desperate gasp. He was not alone. The air thickened, suffocating, as the very essence of fear seeped into his bones. In the dark, he could see flickers of movement, ghosts dancing at the edges of his vision. Were they real? Or were they just the nightmares that chased him through the endless night? Then came Frodo, with his gentle heart and unyielding spirit, stepping into the moonlight with the cautious grace of a spring fawn, a fragile glimmer against the suffocating void. Gollum, he dared, voice soft yet firm, holding a light that pushed back against the shadows. We need to trust one another. Trust. The word echoed with a painful resonance, slashing through Gollum's mind like a blade. He remembered the days of warmth, of love shared and laughter untainted, the flickering light of friendship that had dimmed to a mere spark in the face of betrayal. He remembered how the ring twisted him, reshaped him into something unrecognizable, something monstrous. I remember when it was good, Gollum's voice cracked like old glass. The memories threatened to drown him, a tide of longing so fierce it was almost unbearable. The confusion flickered in his sunken eyes. But Sauron, he waits. He whispers sweet lies, yes, sweet lies. Gollum must obey. Frodo's heart twisted at Gollum's words, the weight of his own uncertainty pulling him down. He was torn, caught between the fragile hope he felt for Gollum and the fear of what Sauron could do. We can save you, Gollum. Fight it. Fight him. And at that moment, Gollum's laughter shattered the air, a manic cacophony that echoed through the trees, reverberating with a haunting eeriness. Save, he crooned, his voice dripping with a venomous sweetness. The Master is no savior. No, he is the darkness, the cruel hand that pulls us ever deeper into the abyss. A sudden panic clawed at Frodo's insides, his pulse racing as he met Gollum's gaze, those wild, shining eyes that possessed a depth of despair he had never known. You were once more than this. Frodo implored, desperation spilling from his heart. You can be free. But freedom was a distant whisper, drowned beneath the tides of corruption that surged in Gollum's mind. He felt the pull, Sauron's influence slithering through his thoughts like a serpent, coiling tighter with every breath. It's the ring, he hissed, the agony of truth lacerating him. It makes me forget who I was, who I could be. The Master wants control, and I am but a puppet in his cruel game. Then there was Sam, his presence a stubborn flame in this consuming darkness, eyes narrowed and resolute as he stepped forward, unwavering. Gollum, you've got a choice, you know? You always have. It ain't too late to turn back. But Gollum's laughter turned hollow, a sound that echoed in the dim light like a death knell. Turn back, he scoffed, a bitter edge to his tone. Do you think I can escape him? I am the darkness now. I am lost. Frodo's heart cracked, a jagged fissure that threatened to swallow him whole. The weight of Gollum's despair pressed down, a suffocating blanket of sorrow. You are not lost, Frodo whispered, voice trembling. You just need to remember. The wind howled, a mournful cry, as echoes of memories collided, Gollum a Smeagol, laughing beneath sunlit skies, a friend beside a fire, before the ring whispered its terrible secrets. I remember, he screamed, anguish clawing at him, every syllable a splinter of his fractured soul. But it hurts. It hurts to remember. Sam stood firm, a beacon of stubborn hope. Then fight back. You're stronger than the darkness. You can choose. But the shadows drew closer, tendrils of Sauron's wool wrapping around Gollum's heart, squeezing tighter. Choose, he shrieked, the internal battle raging, a tempest of chaos. What do I have left to choose? Nothing. There is nothing but pain. And with that, the storm broke. Gollum lunged, a feral creature driven by desperation, thrusting the ring toward Frodo, eyes wild with a tempest of fear and rage. You want it? Take it! Frodo's heart pounded, a deafening cacophony in his ears as he reached out, feeling the magnetic pull of the ring, as if it sang a siren song only he could hear. And in that moment, darkness and light collided, an explosion of chaos that shattered the stillness of the night. The moon hung high above, a silent witness to the calamity unfolding below. The night trembled as Gollum's scream filled the air, a sound that echoed long after the last syllable faded, a heart-wrenching cry of a soul torn asunder, caught in Sauron's insidious web. The confrontation loomed, a storm of emotion swirling, promising to engulf them all. There would be no easy escape, no neat conclusions. Only the suffocating grip of betrayal and the looming shadow of Sauron, waiting, ever waiting, for the final, unbreakable bond to be forged in darkness. The sky split open, a jagged crack of lightning illuminating the dark, twisted spire of Barad-dûr like a cursed tooth. The air was electric, charged with the anticipation of a storm that was more than just weather. It was the storm of destiny, the last throes of a wicked heart. I stood there, breathless, as the ground trembled beneath my feet, each rumble a whispered promise of chaos. I remember the cries of the brave, the desperate clash of steel against steel. It was a symphony of fear and valor. Pippin, my dear, foolish friend, his eyes wide with horror, yet shining with a fierce determination. He clutched the hilt of his sword as if it were a lifeline, his fingers trembling. I saw it in him, the conflict, the heartache of facing the darkness that had consumed so many. He had laughed in the face of despair before, but now laughter felt like a distant memory, drowned in the echo of death. And then there was Faramir. Oh, Faramir, burdened by the weight of his father's shadow, his heart a battlefield of duty and desire. I watched him as he rallied his men, his voice steady, yet tinged with the pain of a man who has fought too long beneath the weight of unyielding expectations. This is our fight, our time to reclaim what was stolen, he shouted, and I felt the tremor in his voice, the unspoken fear that gripped his throat. They could see it, the darkness creeping ever closer, and it wrapped around their hearts like an icy hand. I remember the flames licking at the base of the tower, ravenous and wild, as if Sauron himself were roaring in defiance. The air burned with the acrid smell of smoke and sweat, a sickening reminder of the stakes at play. As we pressed forward, the ground shifted, revealing the skeletal remains of those who had come before us, their silent scream a haunting chorus echoing through the valley. Each step was a reminder that we weren't just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every lost soul who had dared to stand against the tide of darkness. The shadows danced, flickering in the fading light, and I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, urging us on. Remember us, they seemed to say, their voices swirling in the chaos, remember what we lost. Those words clung to me like a shroud. I felt the weight of my own failures, my own regrets. Had I done enough? Had I loved enough? In the midst of this battle, I was haunted by the ghosts of my past. Pippin fell back beside me, panting, his eyes wide with the terror of the moment. What if we don't make it? He asked, the innocence of his youth shattered by the harsh reality of war. I wanted to tell him that everything would be all right, that we would vanquish the darkness and return to the Shire, laughing over pints of ale and recounting tales of bravery. But how could I promise him that when the horizon was still painted in shades of despair? No one knows what comes next, I said, trying to project strength I didn't feel. But we fight together, that's what matters. I could see the flicker of hope in his eyes, but I also saw the gnawing fear. It was a fragile thing, hope, something we clutched tightly even as our knuckles turned white. As we neared the gates of Barad-dûr, the massive doors groaned open, revealing the abyss within. A swirling darkness greeted us, hungry and insatiable. The air grew thick, suffocating, as if the fortress itself was drawing in our essence, our will to fight. Faramir stepped forward, his sword raised, a beacon in the impending blackness. For Gondor, he cried, his voice breaking through the haze, a battle cry that shattered the weight of silence like glass. In that moment, I felt the tide shift. Our fears collided with determination, transforming into something primal, something raw. We charged forward as one, hearts pounding like war drums, drowning out the whispers of doubt. The ground shook beneath us, as if Sauron felt our approach, a titan awakening from slumber, ready to unleash his fury. The first clash came like thunder, a cacophony of screams and steel. I felt the warmth of blood splatter against my face, a visceral reminder that we were in the heart of a tempest, where life and death danced a twisted tango. I fought like a creature possessed, each swing of my sword fueled by the memories of those I loved, the faces of those who had fallen. I was a vessel of rage and sorrow, my heart a crucible of emotions. Pippin was beside me, wielding his tiny blade with surprising ferocity. I wanted to shield him from the horror, to keep his innocence intact, but battle had a way of stripping away the veil of childhood. I watched as he fought, his fierce little spirit igniting something deep within me, a fire that refused to be extinguished. But amidst the chaos, I saw Faramir falter. A shadow leaped at him, a wraith born of Sauron's malice, and time slowed as I witnessed his struggle. My heart dropped into the abyss, panic clawing at my throat. "Faramir!" I shouted, desperation spilling from my lips like blood. He turned, a flash of defiance in his eyes, but for a heartbeat, doubt flickered across his features. It was the doubt of a man who had fought too long, too hard, under the tyranny of expectations. I understood then, it was not just the battle outside that raged, it was the war within that threatened to consume him. And then, in a moment that felt suspended in eternity, he stood tall, raising his sword. "I will not bow to darkness." His voice thundered, and the very stones of Barad-dûr seemed to tremble. It was a rebuke not just to Sauron, but to every whisper of doubt that sought to drag him into despair. I saw the shift, the tide of battle turning, a spark igniting in the hearts of those who fought. We surged forward, fueled by a shared conviction, a unity born in the crucible of fear and hope. The darkness loomed, but together we rose against it, hearts entwined in a singular purpose, to bring down the fortress that had long been a blight upon Middle-earth. The final clash was upon us, a whirlwind of chaos and fury, and in that storm, I felt a surge of clarity. The ghosts of the past screamed their support, their voices becoming one with our battle cries. Together, we could change the world, we could bring the light back. But Barad-dûr was not ready to surrender. It fought back, the very foundations trembling as the darkness swirled, threatening to swallow us whole. I could feel it, time slipping away, the clock ticking down to the moment of reckoning. And in that heart-stopping instant, I realized the battle was not just for life or death, but for the very essence of hope itself. As the gates of Barad-dûr loomed, the air thick with the weight of our fears and dreams, I knew we were on the precipice of something far beyond mere victory. We were on the brink of awakening. The heart of darkness began to pulse, and we would not let it remain unchallenged. The moment stretched, the air crackling with intensity, and as we charged forward, it felt as if the very cosmos held its breath, waiting for the dawn to break. In that heartbeat, I understood, this was not just a battle, it was our legacy, our testament against the night. And we would fight until the last breath in our lungs, until the last flicker of hope ignited the dawn. They stood at the precipice of the world, the air thick with ash and despair. The fiery chasm of Mount Doom loomed before them, a gaping maw ready to swallow hope whole. Frodo felt the weight of the One Ring pressing against his chest, a malicious heartbeat that seemed to pulse in time with his own. Each throb of his heart echoed Sauron's looming shadow, a twisted reminder of the power that sought to consume him. It was as if the mountain itself was alive, whispering secrets of betrayal and anguish, hissing promises of eternal darkness. I can't do it," Frodo gasped, voice trembling. The ring's call was seductive, a siren song that promised strength, glory, but left only ruin in its wake. He staggered, clutching at his head, as if trying to drown out the cacophony of voices that screamed in his mind. Sam, loyal Sam, stood beside him, the flickering light of his courage pushing against the shadows that threatened to engulf them. "You can, Mr. Frodo. You must." His voice was raw, the desperation clear. He was a small, stout figure against an overwhelming force, yet his resolve shone like a beacon. "Remember the Shire. Remember why we started this." But Frodo's mind was a storm, swirling with doubts and dark memories. The Shire felt distant, like a faded dream. He remembered the green hills, the laughter of friends, the smell of fresh-baked bread. Yet now, those memories felt like chains, binding him to a destiny he could not escape. "What if it's too late, Sam? What if I become like him?" The thought clawed at his insides, a raw and jagged fear. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the charred ground. In that moment, time felt twisted, stretching, and contracting like the breath of a dying star. It was here, amid the ruins, that the true battle raged, not just against Sauron, but against the darkness within. As Frodo wrestled with despair, Gollum lurked in the shadows, his hollow eyes glinting with a mix of longing and malice. He had followed them, driven by a need as twisted as the ring itself, a desperate hunger that gnawed at his soul. "My precious," he muttered, voice a rasping whisper, each word laced with the venom of betrayal. He was a ghost of a creature, lost between worlds, neither fully alive nor entirely dead, trapped in a cycle of obsession and torment. He edged closer, eyes locked on Frodo, as if the very sight of the ring could fill the void within him. "Give it to me, yes. It is mine." The grotesque longing in his voice was both pitiful and terrifying, echoing the darkness that lay in every heart, waiting for a moment of weakness to rear its ugly head. The air crackled with tension, a heavy silence interspersed with the distant rumble of fire. Frodo's breath came quick and shallow, fear tightening around him like a vice. He glanced at Sam, who stood firm, a bulwark against the tide of madness. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within him, so fragile yet so fierce. "I remember," Frodo whispered, the words spilling out like a prayer. "I remember the laughter, the warmth. I remember who I am." He felt the ring shift against him, a serpent coiling tighter. But what if I lose it? What if I lose myself? Behind them, Sauron's eye burned, a relentless gaze that pierced through the darkened skies. It was a reminder that evil was ever watchful, that dread was an inescapable reality. Frodo could feel it, a pressure, a weight that threatened to crush the very essence of his being. He was a single flickering candle in a tempest, and the storm was closing in. "Then fight it." Sam's voice rose, fierce and unwavering. "Fight every dark thought. We're here together, Frodo. You're not alone." The words were a lifeline thrown into the abyss, a reminder of friendship that transcended the darkness. Frodo's heart surged with conflicting emotions, a tidal wave of love and fear crashing upon him. He turned from Gollum's hungry gaze, focusing on Sam. "You're right. I can't let it win. I won't let it win." With a shuddering breath, he stepped forward, the heat of the volcano wrapping around him like a fiery embrace. The ring whispered in his ear, taunting, beckoning. "Give in, Frodo. Just let go." But he gripped it tighter, feeling the raw pulse of the world around him, every heartbeat, every breath, every flickering moment like a universe collapsing under the weight of its own darkness. Gollum lunged forward, desperation clawing at his features, a twisted mask of longing and hatred. "My precious," he screeched, fingers outstretched, as if he could snatch the light from Frodo's soul. "Stay back!" Frodo shouted, voice cracking but resolute. The confrontation with Gollum was not just a fight for the ring, it was a fight for his very soul, a fight against the shadows that crept ever closer. Each moment stretched out, a silent scream echoing through time. The mountain trembled, the ground beneath their feet shaking as if the very essence of the world was crying out. Shadows flickered, darkness swirling and coiling like a serpent ready to strike. This was it, the moment of reckoning. The end and the beginning, the breaking and the birth. Frodo's fingers tightened around the ring as he took a step forward, the heat of the lava licking at his feet, a reminder of the stakes. Time seemed to freeze, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, fear, and the hope that flickered like a dying star. The air was electric, every breath hanging in the balance. "Frodo!" Sam's voice cut through the chaos, a grounding force amidst the maelstrom. "You can do it! Break it!" And in that moment, Frodo lifted his hand, the ring burning against his skin, a living thing filled with pain and power. The shadows closed in, the darkness taunting him, but he stood firm, heart pounding with a fierce determination. This was his choice. This was his moment. And nothing would take that away from him. The silence was a scream. A cold, ghostly stillness blanketed the desolate plains of Mordor, broken only by the distant crackling of flames, a stark reminder that all was not yet lost. Time hung heavy in the air, each second a weight pressing down on the soul. I stood there, heart racing, pulse quickening, as I felt the darkness swirl around me, a sentient entity that whispered my name. My name. It tasted bitter, like ash and regret. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the One Ring, its golden shine captivating and repelling all at once. It promised power, but it was a lie dressed in splendor. Now, with the fate of Middle-earth at stake, I was here, in this accursed land, facing the embodiment of that lie, the Dark Lord, Sauron, in his final throes. The ground trembled beneath my feet, a visceral reminder that evil was alive, pulsing like a heart, and it was angry. And then there was Frodo. Oh, Frodo, my dear friend. His breath came in shallow gasps, a desperate rhythm that echoed my own. He was a flickering flame, diminished yet stubbornly fighting against the suffocating darkness. I faced him, his wide eyes held a galaxy of fear and determination. I can't do it, he whispered, voice trembling, a leaf caught in a storm. But we both knew he had to. It was his burden, and I was here to bear witness. The air tasted of smoke and despair, and somewhere in the distance, a clock ticked ominously. Time was our enemy, slipping away like grains of sand, and every heartbeat seemed to scream, "Hurry! Hurry!" I wanted to reach out, to take his hand, but the weight of my own failures bore down like a mountain. I remembered all the times I had let him down, every moment of doubt, every lapse in faith, and they all haunted me. "You can do this, Frodo," I urged, my voice a mere whisper against the cacophony of despair. "You have to believe." As if in answer, the shadows shifted, swirling like dark ink across the ground. Sauron's presence loomed, a storm brewing on the horizon. His eyes glinted with malevolence, twin orbs of fire that consumed all hope. I could feel the oppressive weight of his gaze as it bore down on us, a predator reveling in the hunt. Despair tightened its grip around Frodo's heart. I could see it in the way his shoulders sagged, in the tremor of his small hands. He was losing the battle, and I was helpless to stop it. "Frodo," I urged again, my own voice breaking. "Remember the Shire? Remember the simple things. The green fields, the warm sun." My memories rushed forth, a flood of warmth against the encroaching chill of despair. We fought for those moments. Don't let them slip away. But as I spoke, I felt the ground shift beneath us. The darkness was palpably shifting, closing in, choking the light. And in that moment, a choice crystallized in the air. Frodo could either hold on to that flickering flame of hope or let it extinguish beneath the weight of despair. Sauron's laughter echoed, a cacophony of malice that twisted through the air like poison. "Hope is a fragile thing, isn't it?" His words dripped with venom, a dark symphony that rang in my ears. "You think you can save him? You think you can save yourselves?" I could feel the heat of his words, the impending doom. I was paralyzed, caught in a web of guilt and fear, as Frodo shrank back, trembling. The shadows danced with delight, feeding off our fear, wrapping around us like a shroud. "Fight it, Frodo!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. "You are stronger than this darkness. You are not alone." In that moment, the world fell silent once more, the air thick with tension. Time slowed, my breath caught in my throat. I could see Frodo's face contorting, shadows clinging to him, whispering lies of defeat. But there was a spark, a tiny flicker of rebellion ignited in his eyes. Just a flicker, but it was enough. I could see it. "I remember," Frodo whispered, so softly I nearly missed it. "I remember the stars." The words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting him to hope, to life. Each memory of light chipped away at the darkness that sought to consume him. I remember, his voice grew stronger, trembling but defiant. I remember my friends, my family, and in that moment, I felt it too. A rush of warmth, a rush of memories that transcended all fear. I remember the laughter, the joy of companionship. Each heartbeat echoed a promise of resilience, of love. The shadows recoiled slightly, as if burned by the brightness that surged forth from Frodo's heart. Sauron's laughter faltered, uncertainty creeping into his dark eyes. "What is this?" he growled, fury etched in every syllable. Not just a flicker, I whispered, stepping beside Frodo, my own heart ignited with purpose. A flame. And then we charged. Side by side, two hearts beating as one, we rushed toward the source of the dark power, ready to confront the embodiment of our fears. The world seemed to twist and melt around us as we approached the looming shadow. The air crackled with energy, a storm was brewing, the final confrontation inevitable. Sauron's rage surged like a tidal wave as we stepped forward, fueled by the defiance of countless lives, by the memories of every stolen moment of light. Together, I breathed, knowing that our strength lay not in might, but in the bonds we forged in hope. The moment hung heavy, and I could feel the universe shifting as the final confrontation approached, an echo of fate reverberating through the very core of our existence. And as I faced the darkness, my heart surged with a fierce determination. Time had fragmented, but in that collision of light and shadow, everything felt possible, even if only for a fleeting moment. The world teetered on the brink, and I knew without doubt, this battle was not just for us, but for every flicker of hope yet to rise in the darkness. The wind howled through the desolate streets of Minas Morgul, a mournful wail tearing through the air like the ghost of every soul lost to darkness. I stood there, pulse racing, heart thrumming in my chest as if sensing the very essence of fear that permeated the night. A low, sinister sound rippled through the shadows, a whisper from the abyss that promised despair. I was not alone in this suffocating stillness. I could see them, faces twisted in terror, eyes wide, reflecting the malevolence that Sauron had once unleashed upon the world. I remember the first time I heard the tales of Gondor's fall. The elders spoke of bravery, of a time when hope was a flickering candle against the encroaching dark. But here, in this moment, that light seemed irretrievably snuffed out, leaving only the cold weight of despair. The very ground beneath my feet felt cursed, alive with the memories of blood and betrayal. I could almost feel the broken echoes of laughter, now turned to screams, slicing through the silence like a dagger through flesh. Then I saw her, Elia. Her trembling hands clutched a tattered cloak, the remnants of her family's legacy. She was as much a part of this crumbling city as the stones that formed its walls, yet her spirit was battered, weighed down by the heavy iron chains of fear. She had watched her brother ride to battle, eyes filled with defiance, only to return as a shadow, a husk of the boy she once knew. "They come for us," she whispered, voice trembling, yet laced with a fierce determination that both terrified and inspired. In her eyes, I saw the flicker of rebellion, a spark against the suffocating dark. I wanted to comfort her, to wrap her in words that could shield her from the inevitable. "We are not yet lost," I said, though even my own voice felt foreign, distant. The truth was buried deep within me, a twisted vine of hopelessness coiling tighter around my heart. Each moment echoed with memories of what was, haunted by the specter of what could be. I couldn't escape the thought that Sauron was not merely a foe, he was a legacy, a reminder of every failure, every heart turned to stone. And then there was Aldrin, a soldier whose face had become a tapestry of scars, each one a testament to battles fought in the name of a waning hope. His laughter had once echoed through the halls of our childhood, a sound that could lift the heaviest heart, but now it was replaced by a grim shadow, a hollow shell fighting against the tide of despair. "Elia," he said, eyes dark as the night sky, "I can't protect you from this." There was a torment in his gaze, a knowing that struck a chord deep within me. The weight of survival was heavy, and to carry another meant to risk everything. I remember the night when the Black Riders swept through the valley, their presence a shroud over the land as they rode like banshees from the depths of nightmares. The air crackled with terror, and I felt it seeping into my bones. "They're coming," Aldrin whispered, voice barely above a breath, yet it cut through the chaos like a sword. "We have to fight. Fight." The word hung in the air, a challenge and a curse. I remembered my mother, how she had once said that courage was not the absence of fear but the mastery of it. Yet here, in that moment, fear felt like a living thing, clawing at my throat, urging me to flee, to hide in the shadows where Sauron's tyranny couldn't reach me. But I couldn't. Not while Elia and Aldrin stood beside me, their lives intertwined with my own by the invisible threads of fate. I heard the distant sound of hooves, the rhythmic pounding echoing like a funeral march. Each beat sent shivers down my spine. "I won't let them take you," Aldrin vowed, gripping his sword, knuckles white against the hilt. I swear it. But the truth was, we were all caught in Sauron's web. His legacy was woven through our fears, our dreams, and our darkest memories. The ground shook, and the air grew thick with the stench of sulfur and despair. I could almost taste the bitterness of defeat on my tongue. What if it's too late? Elia's voice cracked, and in that moment, I wanted to scream, to tear at the heavens and demand an answer. How could we face a darkness that seemed eternal, a force that thrived on our suffering? I remember the stars, hidden behind a veil of clouds, as if even they feared to witness the chaos below. Each flicker felt like a heartbeat, a reminder that hope still lingered, however faint. I looked at Elia and Aldrin, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of memory, and I realized that together, we formed a fragile shield against the encroaching dark. Sauron may have cast his shadow, but we are not his pawns, I said, my voice trembling but resolute. We are not his legacy. But the truth loomed like a storm cloud, ready to crack open and unleash its fury. The Black Riders drew closer, their silhouettes melding with the night, a haunting reminder of all we had lost. The echoes of past battles filled the air, each whisper a reminder that tyranny could be met with resilience. We stood together, a trio forged in the fires of fear and tempered by defiance, ready to confront the abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. As the first rider emerged from the shadows, a nightmare on horseback, I felt the weight of despair settle around us. Yet, even in that moment, I clung to the fragile threads of hope, desperate to believe that our legacy would not be one of fear, but of courage. The battle loomed, a tempest on the horizon, and as I faced the darkness, I knew our fight had only just begun. With every heartbeat echoing in my ears, I prepared to confront the legacy of Sauron, ready to carve our names into the annals of history, to rise against the fear that had gripped our hearts and to scream our defiance into the void. The air was thick with the scent of ash and despair, clinging to the back of my throat, an acrid reminder of what lay beyond the craggy peaks. I stood at the foot of the Black Mountain, the ominous silhouette of Barad-dûr rising against the stormy sky, a fortress born of malice, a monument to the darkest dreams of man. Here, shadows danced, twisting and writhing like tortured souls amid the falling rain, and in that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, suffocating in its intensity. I remember the whispers. They slithered through the twisted trees, a chilling melody that haunted my every thought. Look closer, they beckoned, and see the torment. I was not alone. Besra, the warrior with a heart forged in fire, stood beside me, her grip tight on the hilt of her sword, the metal cold and cruel, a constant reminder of the battles fought and the ones yet to come. Her eyes held a flicker of doubt, a question lingering just beneath her fierce exterior. Would we become lost in this land of shadows? Would we, too, be consumed? Mordor, she murmured, voice barely a whisper. What a hellish place. I felt the shiver that crept down my spine, the truth of her words resonating deep within me. There was no kindness here, no warmth. Only the echoes of anguish. It was as if the very soil was soaked in the blood of those who dared to tread upon it. I remember my own heart, a drumbeat of fear and defiance as I glanced at Radagast, the lost scholar, his face a map of uncertainty etched with lines of regret. He was a man who had chased knowledge like a moth to a flame, pursuing the truth of this forsaken land, yet haunted by his past missteps. He had come seeking lore, but the weight of his own dark history loomed larger than the mountains. Do you see it? He asked, eyes wide, searching. The inscriptions, the remnants of a power that gnaws at the edges of the world. His hands trembled, fingers brushing against the crumbling stones, and I could see the yearning in his gaze. He was both drawn to and repulsed by the legacy of Mordor, a grotesque dance between curiosity and dread. As we walked, the shadows grew deeper, wrapping around us like a shroud. Each step echoed, a heartbeat in the void, and I felt the oppressive silence pressing in. The skeletons of ancient trees loomed like sentinels, their gnarled branches stretched toward the sky, reaching for salvation that would never come. I remembered stories told in hushed tones, tales of corruption, of power that twisted minds and hearts alike. I could almost hear the laughter of the damned and the cries of the innocent, mingling together in a grotesque symphony. What if we are fools? Besra's voice broke the silence, laden with a vulnerability I had never seen. What if we cannot change what's already been written? Her words were a blade, slicing through the shadows, revealing the raw fear that lay beneath. I wondered if she saw the truth of her own struggles reflected in the darkness, the fears that had haunted her throughout her life, the choices that had led her here, to this desolate place. I remember, I started, trying to anchor us in the moment. I remember the stories of the giants of old, of their hubris and their fall. Mordor was not always this cursed land. It was once alive with magic, with laughter, long before it became a cradle for nightmares. Radagast nodded, lost in thought. It is the cycle of history. Power corrupts, and shadows rise. He paused, eyes narrowing as if peering into the abyss. But there is a choice. We can choose to remember, to learn from the ashes. The rain intensified, a torrential downpour that mirrored the turmoil within. Each drop felt like a reminder of the lives lost, of the choices made in desperation and fear. A cold wind whipped through the valley, howling like the voices of the forgotten. I felt the weight of their sorrow, a burden I could not escape. Then, in the depths of that storm, I heard a roar, a sound that reverberated through the mountains, primal and fierce. We turned, hearts racing, as a figure emerged from the fog, cloaked in darkness and fury. It was a creature born of nightmares, a harbinger of the chaos that lay at the heart of Mordor. The air crackled with tension, and all time seemed to freeze. "Face your fears, mortals," it bellowed, voice echoing like thunder. "You cannot run from what you are." The truth of its words struck me like lightning. I glanced at Besra, her eyes aflame with determination, and at Radagast, who stood resolute despite the fear etched in his features. We were not just trespassers, we were reflections of all that had been lost, all that had been sacrificed upon this cursed land. "What do we do?" I gasped, my heart pounding in my chest, the shadows closing in around us. Besra took a step forward, her sword raised high, a beacon of defiance amid the darkness. "We fight," she declared, voice steady, unwavering. "We fight for those who came before us, for those who have no voices left." And in that moment, as the storm raged around us, I felt the surge of determination rise within me. We would not be mere echoes in this land of shadows. We would carve our own path, unearth the truths buried beneath the ashes, and face the darkness that threatened to consume us. I remembered the stories of those who had come before, the souls who had dared to resist. There was power in remembrance, a light that flickered in the void. Together, we would breathe life into the history of Mordor, not as victims, but as warriors, standing defiantly against the tempest. As we charged into the storm, hearts ablaze, I knew this was only the beginning. The shadows would not surrender easily, and the echoes of the past would linger like ghosts. But we were here to carve a new narrative, one that would resonate through the ages, entwined forever with the dark history of Mordor, the land of shadows. The air crackled with tension, a living thing, as shadows danced beneath the flickering torchlight. In the heart of a crumbling fortress, a worn-out banner hung limply, its colors bleached and faded as if drained of hope. I stood there, my heart pounding like thunder, knowing that every breath I took echoed 1,000 screams from the past. Sauron's legacy was a ghost that whispered in the chasms of our minds. It haunted us, bled into our dreams, and wrapped around our souls like a vice, squeezing tighter with every passing second. "Do you feel it?" whispered Eric, fear knotting his brow as he peered into the darkness. His voice trembled, a threadbare tapestry of doubt and desperation. I turned to him, seeing the flicker of a once bright torch reflecting in his wild eyes. Beneath that surface lay a turmoil that mirrored my own, a struggle against the hunger for power that gnawed at us both. The grip of Sauron's influence coursed through our veins like poison. I remember the stories, I confessed, unable to keep the tremor from my voice. The way he promised strength, dominion over the weak. But it was a lie, a sweet venom that devoured everything it touched. Each word was a confession, a release, yet the chains it forged only dug deeper. We were not the heroes of this tale, we were the shadows, the remnants of a world scarred by tyranny. I thought of my sister, of how her laughter once filled the air, bright and unburdened. Now, it echoed like a ghostly laugh in my memory, a sweet reminder of innocence lost. Sauron's whisper had reached her, too, enticing her with dark promises. I shook my head, driving the thought away like a spectre. She had fallen, consumed in the dark and twisted dreams of power. Do you think we can break this cycle? Eric's question hung heavy, an anchor pulling us deeper into despair. Or are we just echoes of what came before? Shadows of a darkness that refuses to die. His face, gaunt and hollow, mirrored my own inner turmoil. We wore our scars like badges, each one a testament to a choice made, a path taken in the pursuit of power. As if in response, the fortress groaned around us, a living entity haunted by the weight of the past. I could feel it in my bones, the oppressive presence of Sauron's legacy creeping along the walls, wrapping tendrils of darkness around our hearts. Everything around us seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, a dark rhythm that drowned out our reason. I thought of the Dark Lords yet to come, their destinies entwined with Sauron's shadow. How many more would rise, lured by his siren call? How many more would fall victim to the same insatiable lust for power? The air thickened with anticipation, a storm brimming just beyond our reach. I could almost taste the fear, mingling with the metallic tang of blood that still clung to the stones beneath our feet. And there it was, the flicker of a torch, the whisper of a figure cloaked in shadows, beckoning us into the unknown. I felt Eric's hand tighten around mine, a lifeline in the darkness, and together, we moved forward, drawn towards that flickering light like moths to a flame. Suddenly, the figure stepped into the glow, and I gasped as a shiver ran down my spine. It was a woman, her face a mask of grief and anger, her eyes wells of fury. "You seek power, don't you?" she hissed, each word dripping with disdain. "You crave the legacy of Sauron like moths to a flame. But be warned, the fire will consume you." Her voice trembled with authority, as if she had faced the darkness herself and had walked away scorched, yet unyielding. "It's not about power," I stammered, feeling the weight of her gaze pierce through me. "We just want to end this." But my words felt hollow, empty. Did I even believe them? Did I dare to hope? The flickering torchlight danced between us, illuminating the shadows of our conflict, the past, the present, the dark future that loomed ahead. I remembered the stories of the fallen lords, those who had succumbed to the allure of power, their hunger turning them into grotesque versions of themselves. I could see their faces in my mind's eye, twisted in pain and ambition, their victories leaving only ashes in their wake. And yet, here we were, caught in the same snare, our hearts beating frantically in time with Sauron's haunting laughter. "Each choice you make is a step closer to becoming what you fear," the woman warned, her voice now softer, yet still laced with an edge. "You must learn to wield strength, not let it wield you." With that, she stepped back into the shadows, fading from view as quickly as she had appeared, leaving behind a silence thick enough to slice through. "What does she know?" Eric growled, anger flaring in his chest, but I could see the uncertainty in his eyes. "We're not like them." Yet, as we stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that, deep down, we were all branches of the same cursed tree, branches that twisted and turned toward that dark sky, yearning for the same fateful light. The fortress seemed to breathe around us, a palpable entity, the air thick with the weight of choices yet to come. Each sound, a distant scream, the rustle of a rat scurrying through the shadows, pulled me deeper into a chasm of dread and longing. I remembered my sister again, how she had once believed in heroes, in the light. I could almost hear her laughter, echoing through the halls of my memories, a fading note in a symphony of despair. "Do we have a choice?" I murmured, the question hanging like a noose. "Or are we simply following the path laid before us?" But before Eric could answer, the darkness shifted around us, and a chill wrapped around my heart, tightening its grip. Somewhere in that fortress, the ghost of Sauron lingered, feeding on our fears, waiting to see if we would succumb to its siren call. And in that moment, I realized, we were not just fighting against a dark lord, we were wrestling with the very shadows within ourselves, reflections of a darkness that threatened to consume us all. And the fortress, with its cracked stone and fading banners, echoed the laughter of a dark past, reminding us that the cycle would continue, that the legacy of Sauron remained, the whispers of future dark lords lurking just beyond the horizon, waiting for their turn to rise. The air thickens, a palpable tension hanging like a noose around the throat of the night. A single candle flickers, its flame a desperate dancer in the suffocating silence, casting shadows that twist and writhe on the walls, ghostly shapes of doubt and fear. Frodo's hand trembles as he grips the One Ring, the metal cool against his skin, but warmth radiates from it, a deceptive heat that coils around his heart, squeezing tighter the more he grasps it. He can almost hear it whispering, a siren song woven with promises of power and dominion, of strength and glory, yet each promise is laced with the venom of corruption. I remember, he mutters, staring into the flame, memory swirling like smoke. I remember the Shire, the laughter, the green hills, the soft, warm breeze. But now he is lost in this dark world, a puppet in a game of shadows, strings pulled by an unseen hand. Each heartbeat echoes like a war drum, urging him to succumb, to let go of the weight pressing on his soul, but he cannot. He will not. Not yet. Beside him, Sam stands, a loyal guardian, eyes wide with fear and determination. His brow furrows, a battlefield of emotions, loyalty battling against the creeping dread that crawls over his skin. Mr. Frodo, he cries, the desperation in his voice slicing through the air, raw and jagged. You can't let it get to you. Remember who you are. But what is Frodo now? Once a simple hobbit with dreams of peace, he feels the shadows closing in, gnawing at the edges of his resolve. The ring is a parasite, feeding on his essence, and the more he resists, the stronger it becomes. And then there's Gollum, lurking in the background, a twisted reflection of what Frodo could become. He hisses, a melody of madness, eyes glinting with a manic light. My precious, he breathes, his voice a razor-thin thread of longing and despair, a symphony of fragmented sanity. Gollum is the embodiment of the ring's curse, a former creature of light consumed by darkness. Each time he speaks, it's as if the deep abyss of his soul reaches out, an echo of what Frodo fears most, losing himself. Do you see it, Sam? Frodo's voice quivers, a fragile thread woven through the tension. It calls to me. It beckons like a lover, whispering sweet nothings, and each time I hear it, a piece of me crumbles away. He can almost feel the weight of the ring pulling at his spirit, a cruel anchor dragging him into an ocean of despair. But to what end? To become like him. He nods toward Gollum, who lurks in the shadows, eyes darting with a glimmer of something more than madness, an understanding of loss that cuts deeper than any blade. Sam's heart aches for his friend, a raw, visceral pain that he feels in the pit of his stomach. You're stronger than that, Mr. Frodo. You have to be. We'll find a way. But the words sound hollow, even to his own ears. How does one fight something that feeds on one's very essence? The ring is a mirror of their deepest fears, a reflection of power that corrupts, of ambition that consumes. Its allure is intoxicating, a drug coursing through Frodo's veins, and Sam knows it. He feels the darkness whispering in his own heart, urging him to take a step back, to let fate consume them both. Gollum chuckles, a sound that echoes like the rustling of dead leaves, and for a moment, Frodo falters. You'll never be free, Gollum taunts, voice dripping with malice. The ring loves you, precious. It will never let you go. The words slice through the air, a chilling reminder of what is at stake. Frodo shudders, a wave of nausea washing over him as he grapples with the truth buried beneath Gollum's twisted laughter. He can feel the ring's pull, an insatiable hunger clawing at the edges of his mind, begging for release, for acceptance. I remember, Frodo whispers again, his voice breaking like fragile glass. I remember the taste of fresh strawberries, the laughter of children running through the fields. But it feels so far away now. He closes his eyes, the memories fading like shadows at dawn, replaced by an unrelenting darkness that threatens to swallow him whole. What if I can't fight it, Sam? What if I become, the ring will not have you, Sam insists, stepping forward, desperation fueling his words. You're more than this. We're stronger together. You just have to hold on. The intensity of Sam's gaze pierces through the fog, igniting a flicker of hope in Frodo's heart, but the flicker is fragile, like a candle flickering against a storm. Gollum's laughter echoes again, haunting and hollow, a chilling reminder of the fate that awaits them. Together? Together you'll fall. The precious will take you both. He lunges forward, eyes wild, teeth bared, and in that moment, Frodo sees a glimpse of his own reflection, not in Gollum's eyes, but in the darkness surrounding them, a monstrous shadow waiting to engulf him. "I can't let it win," Frodo says, the determination rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. "I won't." The words surge forth, a desperate vow forged from the depths of his soul. The tension hangs heavy, crackling with the weight of unspoken fears and untold stories, each heartbeat a drum of defiance. But will it be enough? The candle flickers, its flame wavering as if caught in the crossfire of an unseen battle, light battling darkness, hope grappling with despair. And in that moment, time stretches, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare, between power and corruption. The air is thick with anticipation, and every breath becomes a prayer, a plea for redemption, for strength, for survival. As shadows swirl around them, Frodo, Sam, and Gollum stand at the precipice of fate, each one teetering between the light and the dark, between salvation and doom. And the ring lies in the center, its presence a heartbeat, a promise, a curse, an eternal reminder of the fragile balance between power and corruption. The stage is set, and the performance of their lives unfolds, the echoes of their choices reverberating in the silence. The candle sputters, and the world holds its breath, waiting, always waiting. The air was thick with a silence that pressed against the skin like a damp shroud, suffocating yet oddly familiar. In the heart of Mordor, beneath the darkened skies choked by acrid smoke, a tremor pulsed through the ground, a warning that sent a ripple of dread through the hearts of those forced into servitude, or worse, those who dared to resist. The anguished cries of the fallen echoed in the distance, a haunting melody that sang of despair and hopelessness. I stood there, shadows flickering around me, overwhelmed by the weight of an unspeakable fear that gripped my heart like a vice. I could feel it, the icy tendrils of Sauron's power weaving through the air, wrapping around my mind, squeezing until I felt my breath hitch. My hands trembled, clammy and uncertain, as I clutched at the dagger hidden beneath my cloak. I remember the stories told in hushed voices around flickering fires, the tales of men, broken and bent, their spirits crushed under Sauron's gaze, becoming nothing more than shadows of their former selves. And there was Lirael, her eyes wide with terror, the last vestiges of defiance flickering in her heart like the dying flames of a once great bonfire. She had fought, oh, how she had fought, but now, the spark was dimming. The weight of fear wrapped around her throat like a noose, choking back the words she longed to scream. "They say he can see inside us," she whispered, her voice quivering, "that he knows our darkest secrets." I knew then what she feared most, to be stripped bare before Sauron's gaze, to be laid open and found wanting. Fear was a living thing in this land, a creature lurking just beyond the fringes of light, waiting to pounce on the weary and the weak. I felt its presence gnawing at the edges of my consciousness, whispering that surrender was the only option. But what did surrender look like in the face of such darkness? The thought twisted in my gut like a knife. Behind us, the sound of steel on steel echoed through the air, a brutal symphony playing out in the distance. I remembered a time when laughter had filled the valleys, when the sun had warmed our skin instead of tormenting us with its absence. "We can't stay here," I said, heart pounding in my chest. "We have to move." A flicker of life sparked in Lirael's eyes, a moment of bravery that shattered the iron grip of despair. We turned, our feet pounding against the scorched earth, moving away from the whispers of dread that haunted our footsteps. But the shadows were relentless, pursuing us with a tenacity born of desperation. They fed on our fears, growing larger with every heartbeat, wrapping around us like a suffocating veil. We stumbled into a hidden alcove, the darkness swallowing us whole. "What if he finds us?" Lirael breathed, her voice trembling like a string-pulled taut, ready to snap. "What if we're the next to disappear?" I could almost hear the echo of the laughter that had once filled our lives, now silenced by the weight of Sauron's looming shadow. And then there was Keldrin, a soldier once proud, now a ghost of himself, existing in the shadow of Sauron's domination. He had witnessed atrocities too monstrous to comprehend, the villages burned to cinders, the wails of despair rising like smoke into the air. "Fear is a weapon," he said, his voice low and gravelly, dragging like the weight of the world. "It's what keeps us in chains." We are a reflection of his darkness. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of anger, the desire to fight, but buried beneath was the profound sadness of failure. He was a man torn by memories of Valar, now shackled by the invisible bonds of dread. Each day was a battle not just against Sauron, but against the creeping numbness that threatened to extinguish his spirit. The shadows danced around us, whispering secrets, and I felt the weight of thousands of souls pushing against the walls of my mind. I remembered nights spent gazing at the stars, the way they twinkled with the promise of freedom. But here, in the omnipresence of Sauron's dark influence, hope was a foreign concept, tainted like the ground beneath our feet. Suddenly, the silence shattered like glass, a scream piercing the air, sharp and raw. I could feel my heart race, each thump echoing the primal instinct to run. But where to? There was no escape from the grip of fear, no sanctuary from the all-consuming darkness. Celdrin's face twisted with a mix of rage and sorrow. We stand at the precipice of despair, and yet, we must choose. Choose to fight. Choose to live. The conviction in his voice ignited something within me, a flicker of rebellion against the overwhelming tide of Sauron's rule. I thought of Lirael, her spirit still flickering, and I knew that we were more than mere shadows. We were the ghosts of a time long past, the remnants of laughter and life, still longing for the warmth of hope. But in this land, where fear reigned supreme, every act of defiance felt like a death wish. As the cacophony of violence drew nearer, the realization hit me like a thunderclap. Fear was not just a tool for Sauron, it was the very essence of his power. He thrived on our dread, feeding on it, molding it into something grotesque and twisted. Fear was his weapon, yet it was also our greatest foe. I glanced at Lirael, her eyes reflecting the last remnants of light, and I felt a surge of determination wash over me. In this darkness, we were not powerless. To resist was to reclaim a fragment of ourselves, to spark a fire that could illuminate the shadows. But as we turned to embrace our fate, the ground trembled beneath us, a sinister reminder that Sauron's gaze was never far. The battle was not just outside but within, a war waged against our very souls. I remember the weight of fear that clung to me like a second skin, but I also remember the flicker of something brighter, just out of reach. And in that moment of uncertainty, we stepped toward a confrontation that would change everything, into a darkness that beckoned and recoiled, promising both salvation and damnation. The night loomed, heavy with the breath of dread, and we were but whispers in a world brought to its knees. A scream sliced through the night, raw and unfiltered, echoing off the craggy stones of Barad-dûr. It was a sound of defiance, of despair, laced with the chilling realization that hope was slipping away like smoke through fingers. I stood at the edge of the battleground, heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced before my eyes. The air crackled with an energy so thick, it suffocated, choking back cries of courage and shouts of command. I could almost taste the metallic tang of fear. The sky was a tapestry of swirling darkness, painted with strokes of horror and dread. Lightning fractured the clouds, illuminating figures cloaked in night, the Nazgûl, the wraiths of darkness drawn from the depths of Sauron's malice. Their chilling howls echoed, a cacophony of lost souls seeking vengeance for the very lives they once had. They were not mere specters, they were the embodiment of anguish, bound forever to a master who had drained their humanity like a parasite, leaving only shadows to haunt the living. And there was Eowyn, standing resolute, her face shadowed but fierce, eyes glinting with fire. She was no ordinary woman, she was a warrior forged in the flames of sorrow. I could see her heart beating, feel the weight of her anger, her grief fueling each breath. She had lost so much, her family, her home, her peace. Yet here she stood, defiance coursing through her veins, ready to fight against an ancient evil. She was a fragile flame in the tempest, and I feared that the winds would snuff her out. Beside her was Merry, small but fierce, his spirit like a thundercloud ready to burst. He had laughed in the face of danger, and now, as the Nazgûl descended, that laughter felt like a distant memory, hiding beneath layers of dread. "I remember," he whispered, voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. "I remember the Shire, the warmth of the sun, the smell of fresh bread. I can't let that be lost." His eyes glistened, reflecting the haunting glow of the dark, an ember of hope flickering against the oncoming night. The Nazgûl charged, their black forms like a tide of darkness rolling over the land. Each step sent tremors through the earth, and with them came the stench of decay, a reminder that they were not just hunters, they were harbingers of despair. I felt the fear claw at my throat, choking me as I watched Eowyn move, swift and graceful, wielding her sword with the precision of a dancer in a dream, yet I could see the cracks in her bravado. With each swing, I could sense her heart shattering, just a little, under the weight of what she had to face. "Come, you foul beasts," she shouted, her voice a blade cutting through the darkness, challenging fate itself. "Come and taste your end." But inside, I knew the tumult brewing, the storm of memories, the echoes of past battles lost and won. I remembered the tales of old, of heroes who stood against the tide but fell beneath the weight of destiny. I shivered as I thought of the cost of courage, the price one pays for defiance. Would she join their ranks? Would she become another whisper in the shadows, lost to the world? Then it happened. A scream, a dark, throaty laugh that sent chills skittering down my spine. It was the Witch King, the leader of the Nazgul, his presence a vortex of terror. I felt his breath on my neck, a cold wind that promised despair, threading through the hollow of my heart. With a single gesture, he summoned the darkness, the very fabric of night twisting to his whim. Eowyn lunged, and I held my breath as time slowed, suspended in dread. The steel of her sword glinted, a flame against the void. In that instant, I saw the reflection of her spirit in the blade, brilliant, fierce, yet fragile. She was the embodiment of every person who had ever stood against the dark, and her fate was sealed in that moment, for her courage was a double-edged sword. The collision was thunderous, a cacophony that shattered the night. Eowyn's sword met the Witch King's dark magic, and sparks flew like stars erupting in the heavens. I felt the pressure of despair, the weight of the world crashing down as she fought, each movement fueled by memories of laughter, lost love, and the dreams of a future that felt ever more distant. Merry, beside her, watched in horror as the shadows closed in, his heart racing. "No. Not like this," he cried, a plea echoing against the onslaught. But it was not just despair that brewed within him, it was an ember of determination. He dashed forward, a blur of movement, desperate to shield Eowyn from the encroaching darkness. Together, he shouted, forming an unbreakable bond, one forged in shared laughter and tears. And in that moment, they became more than warriors, they became a testament to hope's resilience. But the Nazgul continued their relentless advance, a wave of shadow seeking to drown every flicker of light. Eowyn's strikes became frantic, each one a desperate prayer to the heavens. Will this end in fire or glory? The battle raged, a tempest of emotion swirling about us, history unfolding with the rawness of life itself. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth, the pulse of ancient battles echoing in the dust beneath our feet. Every breath became a prayer, a silent wish for dawn to break, for the light of a new day to dispel the darkness that loomed like a predator, waiting for the moment of weakness, the fatal slip. Yet amidst this chaos, I knew one truth: light flickers even in the darkest of nights. And as the Nazgul pressed forward, I remembered that the fight is not just against the darkness, but for every cherished moment, each memory of laughter that clung to the air like the scent of autumn leaves. I felt the warmth of love and loss intertwining, a tapestry woven through time, and in that moment, I understood that the battle was not just for survival, but for the heartbeat of hope itself. The echoes of combat resounded, and I stood mesmerized, caught in the maelstrom of emotion, heart racing, breath held, knowing the dawn of fate was yet to come. The wind howled like a banshee, carrying a whisper of ash that stung their eyes. Clarity fractured in that moment, an earthquake of sound and fury, splintering the night. Shadows danced, flickering against the crumbling walls of an ancient tower, the echoes of a forgotten age. It was the kind of night that gripped the heart, twisting it in a vice, as if the very air conspired to suffocate the hope of dawn. I stood there, breathless, in the cold embrace of despair. Glorfindel's face was pale, illuminated only by the flickering torchlight that cast long fingers into the darkness. "You can't let him win," he implored, his voice a mix of steel and desperation, as if he believed the very essence of good might yet combat the encroaching shadows. But I felt the weight of Sauron's presence looming over us, an invisible shroud of dread. His influence stretched beyond the physical, a malignancy curling through the air, burrowing into our souls. I remembered when we thought we had triumphed. I remembered the bright flames of victory, the feasts, the laughter echoing like music through the valleys. But beneath the surface, the scars of war remained, the wounds festering, unseen. In the corners of my mind, whispers grew louder, sinister reminders that darkness could creep back like a thief in the night. The way it slithered into dreams, dulling the vibrant colors of life to muted grays, leaving only the echo of laughter submerged in sorrow. Renna, my sister, the one who believed in the light long after I had surrendered to the shadows, stood beside me, clutching a dagger with fingers trembling like the autumn leaves. "I won't let him take you," she whispered fiercely, and yet I could see the tremor in her resolve. A storm brewed in her emerald gaze, a tempest of emotions that teetered on the edge of despair. I knew how deeply she felt, how heavily she bore the hopes of our people, yet I was terrified that her light would be extinguished in this battle against the encroaching dark. "I'm not worth it," I said, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "You don't have to." "No," she burst out, the fire of her spirit igniting the air around us. "You are worth every fight, every sacrifice." The passion in her voice nearly broke me, shredding the remnants of my heart. But as the shadows shifted, I felt the pull of Sauron's influence, a cold hand wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter as if to silence my fear, my doubts. Glorfindel's eyes, still bright with determination, turned to the gathering storm on the horizon. "We can't wait. He's coming." The urgency in his tone sent a shiver down my spine, like fingers trailing across my skin. I could taste the salt of sweat mixed with the anticipation of chaos, thick and heavy, hanging in the air. A distant rumble echoed, a harbinger of the darkness that surged forward, a tide of malevolence that sought to reclaim what was once lost. Each heartbeat reverberated in my chest, the rhythm quickening as if my very essence sensed the dread approaching. Sauron's laughter danced on the wind, a cruel melody that chilled our bones. It was a reminder of battles fought and lost, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of his tyranny. I remembered the history, the tales of great heroes who had stood against him, yet the bittersweet truth was woven with the threads of failure. What if we're not strong enough? The thought clawed at my throat, desperate for freedom, echoing in the silence like a ghost from the past. Renna stepped closer, her breath mingling with mine, a fragile warmth in the cold. "We are stronger than fear," she whispered fiercely. "Together." Her words ignited something within me, a flicker of hope against the encroaching dark, but I felt it wane as swiftly as it appeared. "Together," I echoed, but the weight of doubt pressed heavily on my shoulders, and I feared that the shadows would swallow her light, that Sauron would laugh as he extinguished all that was beautiful in this world. I wanted to believe, yet the spectre of futility loomed, whispering sweetly of inevitable defeat. Then the ground shook beneath our feet, a violent tremor that shattered my fragile resolve. I could hear the clattering of armor and the war cries of those who had come to join our fight, their faces painted with resolve yet marred by fear. It was a brutal symphony of clashing swords and anguished cries that melded into the cacophony of despair. "Stay with me," I urged, the rawness of my voice betraying the storm within. With each step forward, the shadows crept closer, creeping like ivy, consuming all that was bright. I grasped Renna's hand, feeling her warmth seep into my skin, a reminder that not all was lost, not yet. But the darkness was relentless, an all-consuming force that sought to unravel us, to strip away our will. "We can't fight him alone," I confessed, the truth spilling from my lips like the blood of the fallen. "He will find a way to break us." "There's always a way," Glorfindel interjected, his voice steady as the thunder rolled closer, the sky darkening with impending doom. "We will find it. We must." Must. I laughed, a hollow sound that echoed through the chaos. But deep within, I felt the flickering of defiance, a glow amid the encroaching shadows. Perhaps there was strength to be found in the fight, even as the spectre of Sauron loomed large, a tempest of malice and despair. The darkness gathered, a living entity, and I felt its breath upon my neck, whispering promises of despair. But I also felt the warmth of my sister's hand, the unwavering support of Glorfindel, and in that moment, the shadows became less powerful, their grip loosening just enough for the light to seep through. "Together," I whispered again, forcing the word into the night, a mantra against the tide of despair. "Together!" And as the first clash rang out, the world fractured, shattered into 1,000 pieces, each shard glinting with the weight of sacrifice and hope. Sauron's influence was a shadow over all, yet within that darkness, we would find our strength. "Together," I repeated, clinging to the warmth of their presence like a lifeline. As the clash of metal and the cries of battle surged around us, the darkness pressed in, and I felt the pulse of fate quicken, an echo of both despair and defiance entwined, spiraling into the impending storm. And as we stepped forward into the chaos, I understood, this was only the beginning. The echoes of evil would linger, but so too would the legacy of our fight. Each heartbeat resonated in the void, a reminder that even in the face of darkness, we could rise, rise, rise. The air thickened with an oppressive darkness, so tangible it felt like a hand closing around my throat. I stood in the ruins of a once glorious city, its stones worn and weary, echoing the cries of the lost. The remnants of a world shattered, crumbled under the weight of shadows, and I felt them, cold and hungry, creeping closer. The sky was a bruised canvas, swirling with ominous clouds, as if it too mourned the death of hope. And then I saw her, a flicker of defiance in the gloom. Arwen, her face illuminated by a faint, flickering light from the dying embers of a fire. But even that light could not mask the fear etched in her features. It twisted her beauty into something haunting, a fragile flower fighting in a storm. I remember the way her eyes searched for reassurance in a world gone mad, how they glinted with unshed tears. This darkness, she whispered, as if it were a living thing, it has a will of its own. Each word fell heavy in the air between us. I felt the weight of her despair, like an anchor dragging me down. I wanted to reach out, to promise her safety, but I was a reflection of her own fear, a mirror held up to the darkness. I was not her savior but another lost soul, bound by the same chains Sauron had forged. In the distance, a howl echoed, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. It was not just a cry, it was a reminder of our vulnerability, a harbinger of the horrors that lurked just beyond the shadows. The good would not triumph without sacrifice. The very thought twisted in my gut like a knife. I remember when I used to believe in heroes, when the stories painted a canvas of glory amidst the battles. But now? Now, the line between hero and villain blurred into a grotesque smudge. "Why do you look at me that way?" Arwen asked, her voice trembling. "Am I not strong enough?" There it was, the fear of failure, the weight of expectations. I could see the threads of doubt weaving through her heart, tightening with every passing moment. "No!" I screamed, the rawness of my voice tearing through the silence. "You are stronger than you know. You must hold on to that strength." But who was I to offer such words? I felt the darkness whispering my own insecurities, taunting me with memories of my past failures. I had chased shadows, chased a legacy that Sauron himself had tainted. I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all, but the bitterness festered in my throat, choking me. And then came Legolas, his presence as ethereal as the fleeting light of day. He moved through the ruins like a ghost, a living memory of grace and agility. But even he bore the weight of this evil, his usually bright eyes dimmed with the knowledge that destiny was a cruel master. "We cannot falter," he said, his voice steady yet laced with an undertone of fear that belied his confidence. "We must confront him. This darkness will not swallow us whole." Yet I could see the doubt gnawing at him too, the uncertainty of facing Sauron, the embodiment of evil, the very essence of despair. Together, we stood at the edge of the abyss, staring into the unknown. And if we fail? I dared to voice the thought that loomed like a specter before us. Legolas turned, and for a moment, the world around us slipped away. It was just us, bound by our shared terror. Then we face it. We face it together. The unyielding conviction in his voice was a lifeline, but underneath, I sensed the trembling fear that mirrored my own. I wished for courage, for a flicker of hope to light our path, but the shadows whispered louder. They twisted around us, wrapping their tendrils around our hearts, feeding on our insecurities, our failures, our regrets. I could feel the weight of 1,000 lives lost, the screams of those who had come before us, echoing in the silence. "Do you remember?" Arwen's voice broke through my reverie, soft yet piercing. "Do you remember the light that shines within us?" It was a question I had buried deep, one I was afraid to answer. The darkness cast long shadows over the light we had once known. But in her eyes, I saw it flicker again, a spark yearning to ignite. "I remember," I choked out, the confession raw and exposed. I remember the laughter, the warmth, the love. But how can we fight this? The howl of the darkness grew louder, an ominous reminder that time was slipping away, that every moment spent in despair was a moment surrendered to the void. And yet, there was a strength in the fear that seeped into our bones. It wrapped around us, a strange comfort amid the chaos. We were not alone, not truly. As long as we stood together, there was a chance, a sliver of hope against the encroaching night. In that moment, as the darkness threatened to pull us under, I found a flicker of resolution. We were flawed, we were vulnerable, but we were also unyielding. The shadows might loom, but they could never extinguish the light that resided within. The ground trembled beneath us, and I could feel the pull of Sauron's malevolence, the weight of his hatred pressing against my chest. The confrontation loomed, a storm ready to unleash fury upon us. But I could see in Arwen's eyes the flickering flame of determination, and in Legolas's stance, the grace of a warrior ready to fight. With every heartbeat, the darkness crept closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. It whispered promises of despair, but we were not done yet. We would rise, we would fight. The echoes of our triumphs and failures would intertwine, weaving a story that would refuse to be silenced. And as the shadows closed in, I realized that even in the face of insurmountable evil, even in the depths of our darkest fears, we would hold on to that flicker of light. The battle was not just against Sauron, but against the demons lurking within us all. The confrontation was inevitable, but so too was our resolve to face it. And the darkness? It would not define us. It would only serve to illuminate the strength we carried within.